Good evening, everyone. Today is February 26th, and I'm noticing I'm hearing an echo, so I'm just going to pause 1 second. There we go. Today is February 26th, and we will begin Mayor and Council meeting number 4-24, and we'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. I also just wanted to welcome everyone in our chamber today. We appreciate you coming to be here with us, and we look forward to the community forum. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll move to agenda review. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Mayor and council members, there are no changes to the agenda for this evening.
Thank you. We'll now move to the City Manager's report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. On February 14th, the Rockville City Police Department conducted a traffic safety initiative on Veers Mill Road and Rockville Pike. The purpose was to increase overall traffic safety and pedestrian awareness. The Traffic Enforcement Unit of RCPD uses crash data, enforcement data, and citizen complaints to determine where police resources should be deployed to help reduce crashes. During this recent 4-hour initiative, RCPD officers issued 23 traffic citations, 35 written warnings, and 12 pedestrian safety brochures to raise awareness and reduce the likelihood of future crashes in that corridor. Community members are encouraged to contact Sergeant John Lally at the non-emergency police number with input about local traffic concerns as part of this ongoing work. Rockville residents interested in advising the Rockville City Police Department and the Mayor and Council on crime and safety initiatives, enhancing community interactions, and working collaboratively on police outreach are strongly encouraged to apply for a seat on the Community Policing Advisory Board. The city seeks diversity in members' ages, genders, races, nationalities, languages spoken, and the neighborhoods of residents. At least one board seat is reserved for a youth member aged 16 to 21. There are currently 3 vacant positions, including the youth representative position. Community input is crucial to RCPD's work and the Mayor and Council's service to the city. For more information and to complete an expression of interest form, residents may go to the city's website, rockvillemd.gov, and search boards and commissions. As the formal recruitment process has begun for a permanent city manager, the Mayor and Council are interested in hearing community members' opinions about the traits needed for someone to be successful in the city manager's role. A brief survey is available through Sunday, March 31st, for community members to provide input about the qualities they'd like to see in a city manager and the priorities that the city manager should focus on. Take the survey by going to rockvillereports.com and click on the related article at the top of the page. The position will be open until filled, with a first review of applications beginning Tuesday, March 19th. Mark your calendars for International Night at F. Scott Fitzgerald Theater, Friday, March 8th at 6 p.m. This free event offers dance performances, traditional clothing displays, a sampling of traditional foods from around the globe, and a chance to learn the customs of people from a variety of countries. The celebration includes a special performance by Soul in Motion Incorporated and Lincoln Park Community Center's West African Dance Class. All are welcome. Details are available on the city's website. Finally, I am happy to report that the State Highway Administration, SHA, after conducting a traffic engineering study, has approved lowering the speed limit along MD 586 Veers Mill Road between Twinbrook Parkway and Edmonston Drive from 40 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. This will be consistent with the already posted 35 miles per hour speed further west from Edmonston Drive to First Street. Providing a consistent speed limit throughout this section is anticipated to enhance motorist compliance and expectations. Reducing the posted speed limit from 40 to 35 miles an hour would be more appropriate for the functionality of this roadway and improve overall traffic safety. As a reminder, this is the section of Veers Mill Road where there was a recent traffic fatality. Thank you, and this concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you very much. I think I can speak for all of us that we're thrilled to see some action happening to make serious improvements on Veers Mill. I know there's much more to be done on all of the state roads. Too many people are impacted because they need to be able to get to school and work. And unfortunately, some of the things that we're seeing is that people who are most impacted also are people who are underrepresented and experience disparities. And so this is an important part of our equity work, and I appreciate the staff listening to our needs and really trying to improve safety along state roads. Again, this is just the beginning. There's more work to be done. The city has identified the 54 top areas where there's serious crashes and fatalities have occurred, and I know they're working through a long list with SHA on things we can do to improve. I did want to also just add to your report, Rockville Sister City is in Pinnenberg, and I want to acknowledge and appreciate their work on that. Black History Month continues. I know we're not through with the month, but we really want to thank Recreation and Parks as well as PIO for all the work that they're doing to plan activities, and our community partners like Lincoln Park Historical Foundation have been planning activities to honor our community. There was a fantastic event as well with the Lantern Festival. Unfortunately, the Lunar New Year got canceled due to weather, but I want to acknowledge our work to be more inclusive as a community. And then lastly, I have gotten a number of queries from residents on potholes across the city, and I know that you are going to make some comments on what to do about those as people see them across the city.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I would urge everyone who sees a pothole to report it to the city. You can do it through our website on the Report a Concern form, or you can call the city and report it. And if it's on a state road, you can either call the state or you can call the city, and we'll forward that to the state.
Any other questions on the city manager's report? Okay. All right. We are going to move to proclamations and recognitions. I wanted to note that we'll be honoring the Richard Montgomery High School varsity volleyball team for their state win, as well as Rare Disease Day and Women's History Month. I also will just note for the listening public that we are working very hard to try and support and celebrate our young people here in the city. I know there's a lot that people say, but when our community is doing well, we need to come together and celebrate them. And so we are excited to be able to honor the volleyball team at Richard Montgomery. So we'll be moving forward on that just now. He's going to read the certificate of recognition, and we'll take a quick shot. Is that okay?
So it is wonderful to have you all here. I can tell you as an alumnus of Richard Montgomery, I followed you guys through the regionals all the way through that championship game. I don't know if any of you saw, it was streamed online. There was updates. So on November 18th, it was a 3-1, 3 sets to 1. Fantastic job. So I just want to tell you all, you've made not only the city, but everyone from Richard Montgomery proud. So the mayor and council of Rockville, Maryland congratulates the Richard Montgomery High School girls volleyball team on their historic win at the Maryland Class 4A Championship. We recognize and thank the players, head coach, and assistant coach for their outstanding performance in winning Richard Montgomery's first ever state title for girls varsity volleyball. Yeah, definitely. We wish you much success for the rest of your high school journey and beyond. And for the coaches, continue beyond. All right, so let's get a group photo.
Oh, wait.
Oh, and then, yeah, coach?
No.
Oh. Yeah. But say a few words. Absolutely.
Pressure's on.
We've got all your guys' names. I don't know if the coach wants to make an introduction or say other things. So go ahead, coach.
Yeah, coach. Well, first of all, thank you for having us tonight. It's quite an honor, and these young women deserve all of the recognition. We have so much talent on our team, and really having you guys behind us and going into next season knowing that we have your support as well means the world. We're glad we made you proud, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again in 2024 season. So congratulations to you guys all. You more than did this.
And just so you know, all the team players' names are listed on the staff report. So if anybody wants to have a copy of that, it's available.
So what I'm going to do is have everybody just shift a little over to my left. In the middle?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. There you go. And I can get everybody else to lean forward. Eyes on me. Not yet.
I got it.
All right. Eyes on me. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Just one more quick ad. I know that all these young women have a lot of support out here with the parents, family members, friends. So you all also deserve thanks because you all are part of this championship as well. So you all deserve thanks as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go Rockets. So our colleagues, while we clear, thank you very much. We're also going to be celebrating the Richard Montgomery swim team coming up, as well as the Wooten a cappella. I just wanted, while we're waiting and transitioning, if your high school has had a major state or national win, please reach out to our city clerk's office, and we'd love to recognize your student, or if you're a National Merit Scholar as well. Thank you.
Okay, I can't believe I have to follow the volleyball crew, but I do. And again, congrats. As someone who played varsity volleyball for 4 years in high school, my heart is with you and with the parents, because I don't know how my parents did it. I am here to read the proclamation about rare diseases, and my father had a rare form of multiple sclerosis. So rare diseases definitely have a special place in my heart, and we're very lucky here in Rockville and in Montgomery County to be so close to the National Institutes of Health. Whereas there are nearly 7,000 diseases and conditions considered rare, each affecting fewer than 200,000 Americans in the United States, according to the National Institutes of Health. And whereas while each of these diseases may affect small numbers of people, rare diseases as a group affect almost 30 million Americans. And whereas many rare diseases are serious and debilitating conditions that have a significant impact on the lives of those affected, and whereas while more than 450 drugs and biologics have been approved for the treatment of rare diseases, according to the Food and Drug Administration, millions of Americans still have rare diseases for which there are no approved treatments. And whereas individuals and families affected by rare diseases often experience problems such as diagnosis delay, difficulty finding a medical expert, and lack of access to treatments. And whereas while the public is familiar with some rare diseases such as Lou Gehrig's disease and sympathetic to those affected, many patients and families affected by less widely known rare diseases bear a large share of the burden of funding research and raising public awareness to support the search for treatments. And whereas thousands of residents of Maryland and many residents in Rockville are among those affected by rare diseases, since nearly 1 in 10 Americans have a rare disease. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville do hereby proclaim February 29th, 2024 as Rare Disease Day, and encourage the Rockville community to learn more about rare diseases through resources such as the National Organization for Rare Disorders, NORD. Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
It's moved in second. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. you. We will now recognize Women's History Month, and I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge the impact that Title IX has had for women's sports and giving women a chance to pursue academic interests, but also to get more involved in sports. So I think that is an important tie-in for what we just witnessed here, and I hope all of the volleyball players have productive and successful collegiate experiences as well. Whereas women of various backgrounds have been leaders in movements that include the fight for emancipation, women's suffrage, civil rights, and peace, and whereas women have contributed to the arts, sciences, the military, medical fields, teaching, and politics, and while in many cases maintaining the balance between womanhood and employment, and whereas women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life, locally, nationally, and worldwide by constituting a significant portion of the labor force. And whereas the list of women's contributions travel a timeline that includes but is not limited to women like Susan B. Anthony for her prominent role in the women's suffrage movement, Madam C.J. Walker, first self-made woman millionaire entrepreneur, Shirley Chisholm, first Black elected to U.S. Congress, Sally Ride, the first female NASA astronaut, Madeleine Albright, the first female U.S. Secretary of State, Jen Welter, the first female NFL coach, Vice President Kamala Harris, first woman U.S. Vice President, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, the first woman Lieutenant Governor of Maryland, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, the first Muslim woman elected to Congress, Greta Thunberg, the youngest person ever to serve and be Time Magazine's Person of the Year, Deb Haaland, the first Native American woman to be elected to Congress and serve in the presidential cabinet, Rachel Levine, the highest-ranking openly transgender government official, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first female Black Supreme Court Justice, Haben Girma, the first deaf-blind graduate of Harvard Law School, Amanda Gorman, first National Youth Poet Laureate, Dr. Kamisa Corbett, the American immunologist who assisted in developing the COVID-19 vaccine, Viola Hosepian, the first woman mayor of the city of Rockville, and this is weird, and Monique Ashton, the first BIPOC female mayor in the city of Rockville. And whereas women impact the United States of America, the state of Maryland, and the city of Rockville, holding leadership roles in government, nonprofit organizations, and private industry. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the fiber of American history. I'll also just do a sidebar here to say that women have been tremendously impacted by the COVID pandemic, and as we have seen in history and in the stats, sometimes bore the burden of childcare and having to lead the workforce in some cases. Whereas women continue to work and break barriers and stereotypes that keep them from successfully rising to the top of organizations and achieving the highest pay scale. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville do hereby proclaim March 2024 as National Women's History Month and urge everyone to celebrate the women in their lives. I move the proclamation. Oh, you go ahead and move it. You go ahead and move it.
I move the proclamation.
Who's the second?
Then I'll second.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right. Thank you, everyone. Oh, thank you to our Human Rights Commission.
It's wonderful to celebrate so many inspiring female trailblazers, many of whom continue to make a daily impact in our community. Today, I'd like to take a moment to highlight a woman who has been a particular source of inspiration to me, Ada Lovelace. Back in the 1830s, Ada was pioneering programs for her analytical engine, a remarkable feat achieved a full 50 years before the advent of vacuum tubes. She was the first computer scientist. Her achievements stand as a testament to the fact that women are capable of extraordinary things when we set our minds to them. With great pride, I accept this proclamation on behalf of the Human Rights Commission, inspired by the legacy of women like Ada and committed to continuing their groundbreaking work. Thank you. Good job.
You always have to make such a fuss.
Eyes on me. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now be moving to board and commission reappointments, and I will entertain motions from my colleagues. I'll give them a second to access their brief books. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you want to do them one at a time? or-
Yes, please.
Okay.
So,
So-
Councilmember, does anyone have questions?
I don't, I would like to make a nomination as I could.
Oh, that's fine. I was going to start, if we're not doing them as a whole, I was going to do the Community Policing Advisory Board nomination. Or did you want to do that one?
I would like to, if I could, please.
I defer to the Right Honorable Councilmember Barry Jackson.
No, sorry, I would like to appoint Michael Zuckman to serve a 3-year term on the Community Policing Advisory Board until March the 1st, 2027.
Dr. Miles?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. Councilman Valeri, would you like to make the next?
I'll do the next one. Madam Mayor, I'd like to recommend, what was the language again? You got me, Barry. I'd like to nominate Meng Sung, a new appointment to serve an unexpired 3-year term until February 1st, 2026, on the Planning Commission.
I'll entertain a second. Dr. Miles? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Would you like to move to the next one?
Madam Mayor, I would like to move to appoint Therese Capel for the Cultural Arts Commission.
Can you just name all of them?
Oh,
For Cultural Arts Commission,
Therese.
please.
I would like to appoint Therese Capel for a 3-year term. I would also like to appoint Anna Maria Van for a 3-year term, and May Bowa Milma. I apologize if I did not get that correct, for a 3-year term.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Councilmember Fulton made the second. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It's unanimous. And next we'll move with the Rockville Housing Enterprise. Councilmember Van Grack.
I would like to move and nominate for the Rockville Housing Enterprises, Caprice Meadows for a new appointment to serve an unexpired 3-year term until May 1st, 2025. And Malaya Najimbi for a new appointment to serve a 3-year term as tenant representative until February 1st, 2025.
Councilmember Jackson.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone who has volunteered to serve on our boards and commissions. You make our city better, and we really appreciate not only your community perspective, but as well as the professional and life experience that you bring to each of our commissions. We'll be making additional appointments at future meetings. We're trying to get to these at least once a month. So please continue to send in your volunteer submissions. We greatly appreciate it. All right, so next we will have a community forum, and we have 2 persons signed up in advance, as well as a number of people who have signed up in person. I also want to acknowledge that we receive community comments in writing, several community comments. We appreciate everyone who took time to write into Mayor and Council. We have read and reviewed each commentary. I know staff is trying to reach out and make sure that you get a response to each one. I'd like to welcome Jake Jabakek, who's going to speak on state legislation proposals.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Jake Jacobek. I live at 319 Grandin Avenue in Croydon Park. I'm coming here to speak on the recommendations given by staff for SB 484, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. I find it disappointing that some of the staff recommendations in that package I find them disappointing, and I strongly urge Mayor and Council do not take these recommendations. Staff recommends reducing the 1 mile requirement to a half or quarter mile because it conflicts with the plan, the comprehensive plan. I think that actually points out flaws with the comprehensive plan, not necessarily the bill. The reason this bill is being proposed is unfortunately because cities like Rockville have codified exclusionary zoning and need to be overridden. We have a major housing crisis, which is not a time to limit the possibility of building more. From the report, 1 mile from rail stations covers much of the city. That's fantastic. If anything, the things the bill would allow for would cover much of the entire city. For most of these residential areas, the comprehensive plan recommends that single-family units remain the same. I think that points out flaws with the plan rather than the bill itself. The plan also cites that, we can approve greater density on a case-by-case basis outside the ratio, which prevents the need for the mile threshold. However, having these decisions being made piecemeal will just make more development more difficult than it needs to be. We often cite Arlington, Virginia as an example of successful development around transit. They've, increased their population significantly without crushing the city in gridlock traffic. They are victims of their own success. I think they probably would have wished they had developed further out from the metro, which may have actually prevented the need for the recent missing middle battle. I would like to recommend that Rockville be a leader in Maryland rather than a laggard, and recommend that this bill go further than trying to limit it. Though I'm hopeful Rockville may eventually get similar results without such a bill, if we do so, we can set an example for others to follow, possibly encouraging other jurisdictions to allow greater residential density where needed. Please do not recommend lowering the 1 mile requirement in SB 484. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Rose. Welcome, Michael.
Good evening. I just want to quote some of the things I learned in the last number of months watching television, and I commend the scouts that abruptly kind of fixed up the erosion on our waterworks over on Rose Hill, and it subdivides somewhere, and it goes east, and Rose Hill has what you call is an oasis. Anyway, all in all, I feel very sorry for President Reagan. I feel sorry for President Carter. It's just a magnificent understanding when something belongs to you or even next to you. If it's not there, it requires a little bit of intuition. So take time. Give President Reagan a little understanding. Maybe he'll see his wife get up and go to the bathroom. It may be funny until he thinks, and where'd she go? Oh, that's right, she died. President Bush is doing a great job. President Bush, I think his quote was, let's see, President Bush was working on something with President Reagan. President Bush was saying that he would move on so that the mortgages that flopped out so bad during the coronavirus, a lot of people got their mortgages just stomped on all the way from California, telling them, if you don't pay this, you're done for. You know, you get notes in the mail, you get tags on the door. That's not right. But along came, okay, and as it was down the line after President Bush, and along came President Obama, he picked up a lot of employment. He was doing a very good job at it. Along came President Trump. I think he said, I'm going to slow down to bring industrial back to America. Last heard, he'd like to dig a little more gold. And of course, President Joe Biden, well, we're looking up. That's about all of it.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
I hope we all pray well.
Bienvenidos a todos. Puedes compartir su testimonio en español, inglés o otro idioma. With that, Maria Lopez, and I think Harmon is here to translate.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María López.
Good evening, my name is Maria Lopez.
Soy residente de Rockville.
I'm a resident of Rockville.
Estoy acá porque la renta en Rockville está bien alta. Necesitamos una ayuda.
I'm here because the rent in Rockville is very high and we need some help.
Tenemos nuestros hijos que necesitan una vivienda y por estar demasiado alto el precio es muy difícil sostener una vivienda.
We have our children here in Rockville, and because of the high cost of living, is very high, very hard to actually sustain and be able to live here in Rockville.
Y nuestros trabajos están muy bajos, no nos dan ni las 40 horas a la semana.
Our jobs, we are actually struggling with the time that we've been given. We don't even get 40 hours a week.
Necesitamos una protección, la ayuda de ustedes como personas importantes en este ramo.
And we need a protection, we need a help like you, people important like you who actually work in this area.
Eso sería todo. Muchísimas gracias.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Bienvenido, Rafael Lacayo.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Rafael Lacayo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rafael Lacayo.
Vivo aquí en la ciudad de Rockville.
I live here in Rockville.
Pues hoy pues he venido aquí pues para interpelar ante todos ustedes sobre la misma situación de la compañera que pasó anteriormente, sobre la estabilidad, sobre la renta, que realmente hay muchos arrendatarios que cometen muchos abusos contra nosotros y en esas alzas.
Give me a second. Thank you so much. I'm here because I want to support my friend who came before me, and I want to speak in relation to the abuse that we as renters suffer from landlords, and especially with the high cost of rent.
Hace años pues yo me tuve que mover de un condado para acá por la misma situación sobre la estabilidad de renta.
And a few years ago I had to move from a different county to this county due to the same reason, the instability of the cost of living and rent.
Pues realmente yo soy un trabajador, soy un asalariado y realmente pues tengo que trabajar grandes jornadas de trabajo pues para completar sobre mi renta mensualmente.
And on a worker, in a work long hours, to be able to actually earn enough money to actually be able to complete what we need to pay my rent.
Pues es hoy pues que apelo a todos ustedes a que realmente pues proyecten una ley sobre una estabilidad de renta que sea justa y digna para nosotros de la comunidad trabajadora y para nuestra comunidad aquí en Rockville.
And I'm coming here to appeal to you all of you to pass on laws that will help us to actually have stability in the cost of living and rent, and especially for us, we are workers and we live here in Rockville.
No, pues muchas gracias por su atención y espero que realmente tengan consideración con nosotros, pues, y que los trabajadores que realmente necesitamos un apoyo y una estabilidad, pues, para que no hayan esos abusos. Muchísimas gracias y buenas noches.
And I want to say thank you to all of you for your attention, and again, I appeal to your help so you can support workers like me, so we will not be victims of abuse and have stability in the cost of living and rent prices.
Thank you. We welcome Victoriano Almendares.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Victoriano Almendares, soy residente de Rockville.
Good evening, my name is Victoriano Almendares and I'm resident of Rockville.
Vengo también con la intención que ustedes los escuchen porque están muy altas las rentas. Últimamente los trabajos han bajado. Yo soy electricista y ahorita estoy desempleado porque no hay mucho trabajo.
And I'm here because I want to speak to all of you in relation to the high cost of the rent. And the rent is very high and the work is actually being reduced for all of us. I'm a worker and the cost of rent is very high.
Pues sí, anteriormente yo tenía 2 trabajos acá. Tengo 21 años de vivir aquí en Maryland.
I have 21 years here living here in Maryland and I used to have 2 jobs.
Yo trabajaba por la mañana y por la tarde. Trabajaba en compañías de electricidad. Trabajaba como mantenimiento de limpieza como supervisor en el hospital Montgomery de General Hospital.
I forgot to mention that our resident here, he's an electrician and he used to work in 2 different jobs as an electrician with contracts, but also he was working at a Montgomery General as well.
I think he also just to acknowledge his work said he works in maintenance.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Pues sí, anteriormente los costos de la renta, los alimentos eran más bajos.
And before the cost of rent and food was much lower.
Ahora es cierto, se gana un poco más, pero de la alimentación ha subido demasiado como la renta.
And certainly now you can earn a little bit more money, but like food and rent has increased.
Entonces yo espero que ustedes los tomen en cuenta a nosotros como trabajadores, que no es mucho lo que ganamos y porque los costos se han ido arriba, casi solo ganamos para todas las utilidades que pagamos nosotros acá y entonces...
And I hope you can consider us as workers. The cost of living has increased so much and we are just barely making it just to pay utilities.
Gracias y pues espero que los escuchen en verdad, que puedan ayudarlos a nosotros.
Thank you so much. I hope you can listen to us and help us as well.
Gracias. Meng Sun, is Meng Sun still here? Welcome. Did you want to say a few words? And thank you for agreeing to serve as Planning Commissioner. I really appreciate it.
Thanks the mayor and council to give me this opportunity and to become the planning commissioner. And I'm very honored to have this role to serve our community. And me and my family has been enjoyed the good life Rockville has been offered to me. And now I think it's a time for me to give back. And I, as an architect and urban designer by profession, I'm looking forward to use my professional expertise to help build Rockville a much brighter future with more prosperous and more inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Juan Rojas. Thank you.
No, thank you. Madam Mayor and the City Council members, my name is Juan Rojas. Just to recap, I'm a 25-year-old engineer who spoke earlier this year voicing my concern about the lack of rent stabilization and how I, like many others in the community, are struggling with rent, even myself as a young college graduate working as an engineer. I've again returned to address the City Council after being told that more data is needed and before we can actually consider the possibility of passing rent stabilization. However, I find that hard to believe, considering that it's already passed in the county, so we already have data from that, as well as Frederick County, College Park, and hundreds of other municipalities across the United States have already passed rent stabilization, and we can draw upon that data to properly address and consider this, and we know it works. So I don't think that the city of Rockville should continue to deflect this issue further, and I'm going to continue to voice my concern as well as connect with other members of the community, as you've heard this evening, that support this, and I vehemently urge the City Council to return to its roots and return rent stabilization to the City of Rockville, and to be steadfast in the city's duty to act in support of its citizens and pass rent stabilization in the City of Rockville. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Welcome, David Mullins.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is David Mullins. I am the Outreach Director at the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. I'm here this evening to voice Renters Alliance support for the consideration and, God willing, the adoption of rent stabilization laws by this council. The county bill that was been referenced just now certainly is welcome progress, and it represents the tireless efforts of groups like Renters Alliance and many of our partners who are represented here tonight. However, there's certainly still work to be done in our view. Things like the arbitrary 23-year exemption and exemptions for landlords that only have 1 or 2 units are going to leave a lot of renters outside those protections. But nonetheless, once it's fully implemented, the law will no doubt lead to more stable housing for many Montgomery County renters, which we testified before the county, we all know leads to greater health, welfare, and prosperity of our communities. So let's make sure that we don't leave Rockville renters behind, many of whom you've heard from tonight, many of whom are not unable to be here in person. And then not to mention the folks that are like seniors and others who are on fixed incomes, residents of Rockville who need this protection from this council. So we definitely look forward to this body giving it proper consideration, and it needs the proper time and consideration that it deserves. I mean, we heard during the county discourse that certainly opponents of rent stabilization are going to come out and talk about a lot of the theoretical costs that we heard about. Many of related to things like reduction of supply or things like that, many of which were debunked during the county discourse, and not only by the county's own Office of Legislative Oversight report, but then also experts who countered a lot of the hypothetical claims that were made. Now, they also failed to mention the very real costs that come with doing nothing about rent stabilization. which we're talking about children having to change schools multiple times, the educational outcomes. We all are hearing more and more that housing is like the top social determinant of health in many situations. And so there are these costs that we just don't hear enough about, that we need to hear more about. There are costs when teachers cannot live close to where they're teaching and things and such. So thank you for your time this evening. And again, I really support the consideration, the good faith consideration of rent stabilization by this council. Look forward to the discourse and hopefully the adoption of those laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Carlos. Don't see a last name. Is there a Carlos in the room? Carlos? Okay. Welcome, Sally Stoltz.
So I have a little So thank you. I'm Sally Stoltz. I live here in Rockville, and I'm happy to see all of you again. Thank you so much. First I have to apologize to Mayor Ashton and Councilmember Miles, because this is something that I know you're very familiar with. But about a month ago when I was here talking to you, I mentioned the city's website and that it had all these old letters and everything right there. So if this page looks familiar to you, the top page with the beautiful picture, then I probably didn't need to print it out. But my guess, knowing that you get hundreds of pages to read every single week, is that some of you probably haven't gone to this. So this is from the city's website, and it is the section on the terrible, horrible toll road. And so I just wanted to be sure you were familiar. So if you could look at the first page and then flip to the second page, and in pink I highlighted the actual website address to go to this so that you would actually know where it is. And that is inside a letter that was written on May 6th by the mayor and council to explain to the city that they still oppose the project, but they did have to agree to accept some parkland compensation from the state for what they would have to take to do the program. And it didn't mean that they were supporting the toll lanes. It meant that there was really no alternative. And that letter explains that, but that is why that's there. And then on the next page, page 3 of what I copied, you can see all of these letters. I think it's a total of 21 of them. And I think I put those together backwards because the last page has the timeline. But as you know, this all started in September of 2017 when Governor Hogan announced the plan. And the plan is still in our Maryland state budget for 2024, as there's I won't quote the number, it just, my mind went blank. But anyway, there's still money to continue the maintenance of this program, even though the program is totally unfunded at this point, other than the state budget. So until it is totally canceled, I think the city of Rockville needs to be extremely vigilant. The next thing that I attached was just one of the many letters here, just to give you an idea of what is in here. And if you look to the second to the last page on the back, it is a letter that the mayor has written on January 6, 2020, which would have been right after Mayor Ashton and Councilmember Miles came on the city council. And it states, again, the many reasons, which I only have 5 seconds, so I won't read it to you, but if you wanted to take a look at that, I mean, there are just so many reasons why this is bad for Rockville. So thank you for defending Rockville and protecting us, and this is just a lot of resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone who came out to testify today. We really appreciate your time and the testimonies that you shared. We will now.
I just want to second the thank you from Madam Mayor, and just share that I plan to raise rent stabilization discussion to put it on the agenda at the end of this meeting.
Thank you. That will be under old new business. So we'll now hear a police statistical overview and discussing public safety.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. How's everyone? Here we go. I want to give you an overview, and if you look at the data that we provided in our staff report, we went back prior to COVID, through COVID, and then to today's date. There's significant changes in some of the data that we had. And some of the behaviors and criminality that we've experienced here in the city of Rockville. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This information is important just for your clarification so you know what NIBRS is, National Instant-Based Reporting System. It's through the FBI. It's where all police departments and sheriff's agencies and all the 18,000 agencies that are throughout this country contribute data to NIBRS. NIBRS for us, we have our own crime analyst here in the city of Rockville, which Chris Gormiller is very, very good. But we provide all of our information to Montgomery County, who reports for the municipalities in Montgomery County. The data is important, and what's really specifically important is that when we look at all of our crimes that we've had in the city of Rockville, certainly in the last 3 years, since 2020, criminality has gone up not only locally, regionally, but nationally. And Montgomery County has experienced some of the most violent crime they've had in the history of the county. Montgomery County has a great police force, as we do. The data is really important as you look at some of the data, but if you go through, and I don't want to go through each and every one unless you have specific questions, but if you look at some of the data that we've experienced, virtually all of our data and all of our crime has been down in the last year. And that's not through happenstance or reverse osmosis. That is through the hard work and selfless dedication of the men and women of the Rockville City Police Department that they do each and every day. Criminality that we've seen significantly risen, but is still lower than any municipality in this county, has theft from autos have increased approximately 60%, 68%. Theft from autos is roughly up about 2%. That's about 245 instances of theft from autos we've had in the city of Rockville. That is probably the most significant crime in all of Montgomery County. If you listen to Chief Jones and any other municipal chiefs, they'll tell you the same thing, is that those theft from autos. One instance of a theft from auto, one instance of a theft from auto is significant, and that impacts those individuals that have been have experienced that criminality. So those are really important things. If you look at our theft from autos, last year 46% of our theft of automobiles were a specific manufacturer, Hyundais and Kias. Significant for us. Thus far this year, we're up 76% of those specific manufacturers. That's significant for us. What we've done is also we've worked with those manufacturers, and we're going to be having an event very soon for steering wheel locks that we'll be giving out to members specifically and residents of our community. So we'll be doing that, something that Lieutenant West has coordinated, and Major Plummer. And first and foremost, let me recognize Major Plummer, Troy Plummer, Lieutenant West. Troy runs our Field Services Bureau patrol. Lieutenant West runs our detectives agencies. And I can tell you is that what I shared with you of our closure rates are substantially higher, and our patrol acumen is substantially higher for these great fellow partners we have with me today. So those things are significant. if you look at all the, and again, I can go down each and every category, but I don't want to, kill you with PowerPoint, and I won't do that unless you have specific questions. There's no, I also want to recognize is that the city of Rockville was recognized last summer of one of the 12 safest municipalities in the entire nation. That does not give us pause. It does not give us happiness because we have a lot of work to do. Any one crime is specific, and that behavior affects those individuals and those families in our community, whether or not you're a resident, whether or not you're a visitor, whether or not you're visiting any of the things we have. So that while those are, that is an honor, I don't take it as an honor because it's not something that we're going to rest on. And as we have, as I said before, the men and women of the Rockville City Police Department have been selfless, and they do the job we have. So let me, but again, when you look at the breakdown of, we had 245 theft from autos in the city. That's substantive. I can tell you that other jurisdictions are triple us, for what we've had. Again, that's way too many. One is way too many. Same thing when we have 209 theft from retail stores. Mostly shopliftings and those things. Those are incredible and important for us. Next slide, please. This is a NIBRS graph, and I'm not going to go into great detail, but I want to say Group A, when you talk about Group A under NIBRS, are reportable offenses that have to be reportable. Group B is when they're arrest made on these particular offenses. But you can see the graph, how we go back from 18 through year to date. And those are important. Let me go back. Next slide, please. This is really important graph, and this goes pre-COVID, COVID, and where we're at today. When we talk about traffic collisions, as we've worked very hard on our traffic enforcement, but if you look at the numbers we had pre-COVID are substantially higher than they are now. We still have not reached today the level of collisions that we've had that were pre-COVID. And then you see the drop during COVID, which was, with the mandatory, stay at home, not being outside, and the less issues that we've had during that period of time. They rose, but they've leveled off, but they still haven't reached pre-COVID numbers. And I think those numbers are really important. We have instituted we have a traffic unit that we've had here that has been very, very successful in doing traffic initiatives, but have targeted certain areas of the city where we recognize we have data to support where we're going to be at, to change behavior. Because ultimately, that's what we're trying to do is change behavior and educate, which is very, very important. Next slide, please. This goes to citations, warnings, and CEROs. CEROs are safety equipment repair orders. That's something we issue to people that maybe have loud exhausts, maybe have broken taillights, that, and those type of things. Loud exhausts are very, very important here in the city of Rockville. Those type of infractions are significant. There's a lot of state legislature and laws that are trying to be passed from last year even to this year. Hopefully, with some of the automation that could happen with using sound, and just like we use automated traffic enforcement, that would be a huge plus. If we could do that, it's a force multiplier for us as the legislature works through those things. We've supported those initiatives in the past, and I believe this council, mayor and council, are supporting it now. But that's just a breakdown of where we're at with our enforcement. Next slide, please. This is a very, very critical slide for us, is that normally the Rockville City Police Department, when Montgomery County was partnering with us inside the city of Rockville, we averaged about 71% of the calls for service that we handled. Since primarily the Montgomery County Police Department has left the city of Rockville and the city of Gaithersburg, our call volume has gone up dramatically, and the handling of those calls rest 100% on us. If you look, and that's a number that's growing. if you look at the data, the county, left officially November 1st of 2023. But if you look at the data, that data was gradually going on from August up to November and then through now. And I certainly understand the county staffing crisis. But this has impacted the city greatly, because what it's done is that it's taken us, and we still do a lot of proactive things. But what it's also done is that time for proactive patrol is now much smaller, because we have so many calls for service that we have to handle. And that call for service level, and again, the men and women in the police department have done an extraordinary job of managing those calls for service and still being able to keep our community safe and keep it resilient, and apprehend those that want to do ill for members of our community. Next slide, please. This is a really, I would say this kind of wraps up the core group of our presentation. For every 1,000 calls that we get, our response time is approximately 9 minutes slower. That's significant. And that keeps us away from proactive patrol, because regardless of whether it's a minor crime, whether it be a minor theft, when you talk about part ones, and just so you know, it's like significant crimes are crimes in progress against persons or property. Other crimes that are reportable could be theft from autos that could be reported a day later, hours later, those type of things. But our response times for those non-priority calls for service are up almost 9 minutes. Priority calls for service, we're still maintaining a very good response time. And then in the county will still be with us in those very serious crimes, when they come. But they're coming from longer distances also, so we'll be there on the scene very quickly. But that is a huge determining factor for us about when we talk about calls for service and slower response times, because that's something we do not want. And hopefully when we get to the appropriate level of staffing, and I know the mayor and others, and we and the city manager and city staff have worked very, very hard of hoping that the county will approve those 6 additional officers, along with their related FTE salaries and benefits, etc. But that's a huge piece for us. So that's it from the statistical background in the presentation. Now I'd like to open it up and give you an opportunity to ask any questions you may have.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the entire Rockville City Police Department. To get the award of one of the safest cities in the country is incredible. I know that there's been so much that our community has been grappling with since the pandemic. And I know that there are a lot of people who are hurting as well, so you see people on their worst day. I want to thank you for your leadership. I also want to thank you for ensuring that we look at policing from a community-oriented approach, that we are thinking about bias and inclusivity, and I appreciate the culture at which you bring into the city police department. So I wanted to thank you on that front.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for that. And if I can just add, is that I really appreciate that support and those comments. During COVID, everyone in the police department, they didn't take a day off. They were here every day, each and every day, when a lot of folks were home. Our officers came to work every day, including everybody here, each and every day. And that is, that touches my heart very much, because they did their jobs every single day, under duress, and when their families are at risk, and then they bring home things to their families. And we navigated that, and that was like building a plane as you're flying it. You've heard that expression before. But we navigated that better than any police department in this region. We had the resources, we had the community support. Beforehand, we were smart with our hand sanitizer, our masks. We had community members that made masks for us, and that was a blessing. So sorry if I went off a little bit there.
Thank you, and I just wanted to echo the fact that this mayor and council fully supports the department. We have been advocating for fully funding of our 6 additional officers to help reduce the 9-minute wait time, because that could be a matter of import for community members who are waiting. And we testified before the county council. I know you and I were with the Public Safety and Go Committee, and prior to that, testified before the full council. Last Friday, for the listening public, we also had a meeting, the city manager, finance, and I, to talk to the county executive's office on making sure that we get not only the funding for 6 officers, that it is fully funded so that we can fully support what it would take for us to do that same hire here in the city. So I'm saying it so if our residents are hearing, know that the county is also in their budget process, and we welcome you to send emails to say support Rockville, 6 officers that are needed for the county who needed to pull out due to staffing rearrangements and issues that they're having. We're happy to be a partner. We want to make sure we have the funding to support the police department.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I want to see if my colleagues have any questions. Councilmember Miles, and I see Councilmember Van Grack. Go first.
I've just got a comment and 2 questions. First, I want to echo what the mayor said. Under your leadership, the Rockville Police Department has done a fabulous job. I hear from community members all the time, even just going to some of your community events that you do, the Coffee with the Cops, hearing from the community members that the outreach that you're doing, even with the limited, staffing that you get, I hear only fantastic jobs. And I know I've spoken with you, spoken with other officers. I know the work that you're doing to address a lot of the crime, and the fact that we've got more of a share. It's just a commending for what you're doing, what the department's doing, all your officers, and I know under your leadership. So,
Councilmember Van Grack, thank you very much for that. One crime and one person is affected by any crime is really important for us. Albeit I know that the men and women on our police department do an extraordinary job. And that's what we have here today is their work and their sweat and their empathy, their compassion, and their dedication. That's what it's all about. I appreciate those comments, but all the credit goes to them. And I could not work with a better group of people, someone that I will walk through fire with. So thank you very much. We'll continue to do that. And there was a comment that Madam Mayor and I heard from one of the council members in Montgomery County said when we were talking about this tax duplication and getting the money, and she spoke, I believe it was Councilmember Lukey, and she spoke about, that when it comes to a slower response time, it does not matter to a community member, about that slower response time. I can articulate that every day, but it affects them, and that breaks my heart when we have to do that. We got to do better, and we will do better when we have the right resources. So thank you very much.
So, and that goes to my the first question. With regard to that last slide, and we've got it up there, you say that the average additional 1,000 calls, officers arrive 9 minutes slower. Compared to what time? Where are we looking for that difference? Are we talking about November? Are we talking about December? Where did that increase to 9 minutes?
It started increased in August of 23.
So you're using the data, and I'm just trying to understand. You're saying compared to August, when you noticed the first pullback to today, that's where the 9 minutes.
Correct. Was more August through fall and November.
Okay, so
so it was a sliding scale. It gradually increased.
Okay, so we're looking from August to November, meaning that from August to today, it could even be longer than a 9 minute increase.
It could be.
Okay.
It could be. Is that we're keeping our finger on the pulse of that. I'm very fortunate, and we are very fortunate to have one of the best crime analysts in the county. Chris Germiller is great. I wish he could be here today. I was going to invite him, but I think he had some previous engagement. But we look at the data. Data is very important for us, but it's like you have to have good data. The old garbage in, garbage out. You got to have good, firm data. But yes, that number is possibly increasing.
Okay, and
Can I just add one clarifying?
Yeah,
sorry to interject, but just for the listening public, we talked about the county pulling out in November, but as you noted, Councilman Van Grack and Chief, they actually started pulling out earlier.
Yes.
And so I think that's the important point to bring home is that we found out maybe late August, early September that they were pulling out, but in fact they already had because of staffing issues, reduce their presence in Rockville, which is why our officers have been working overtime to try and compensate for that, that loss. But I also noted that in the 2022 annual report, we were applying to, I think it was about 65 or 68% of calls. So the number of increase is actually exponentially higher from what we were doing in 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Back to you.
And the final question, you might even call it a softball. You know that the mayor, the members of the council have been working with Montgomery County with regard to this shortfall. And you may or may not recall that I think it's every single member of the mayor and council has prioritized community safety with regard to the budget. Aside from kind of what we're doing, is there anything else that you'd like to see or that the mayor and council can assist you and the police department with regard to these issues? Whether you have an ask or, and again, this could be something that you get back to us, but, you know, are there other things that we can do to help support the Rockville Police Department?
You're doing exactly what's necessary. You're showing your support and you're doing it. And that's what's really important, because our police officers, they watch this. They're watching all this, and they watch everything that every which one of you is saying what you do. But you walk the walk, and I appreciate that. That's very, very important. You know, the Mayor Ashton, got probably one of the best honorary kudos that I've ever seen in another meeting when we were talking about getting these 6 additional officers in the funding. The county recognized that our mayor was probably the most astute expert on tax duplication anybody. You know, that was pretty impressive. You know, and they heard our mayor very loud and clear. So there's no one that has tackled tax duplication like our mayor has. No one in the history of the city. So that's a blessing for us. Your core question is continue. You know, we're not perfect. If we stumble, we'll straighten our backs up. We fall down, we're going to pick ourselves right back up. Showing the support is very, very important, and you've done that, and we'll continue to move forward because our police officers know that. Thank you.
Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I want to thank you for the example that you set in creating a culture within the police department that, you know, I can only say good things about what y'all do, so keep up the great work there. I want to also thank you for getting back to me on the question about to what extent some of the car-related offenses are driven by an uptick, or the percentage of them that are done or committed by people who are underage or youth. I think the response you said was, while you can't disclose the data, there has been a general uptick as we've seen in our region, DC, PG County, and others. And I think it's just a testament, and if I got that wrong, please correct me, testament to, you know, our efforts to continue to push to make sure that our programming for youth is accessible, affordable, just to keep kids out of trouble, among other things. That won't solve everything, but I think it's part of a larger picture to address some of the uptick in some of these offenses committed by youth. That's all.
If I can add, Dr. Miles, thank you very much. Culture is a big deal. You know, changing a police culture is like Michelangelo trying to carve a statue, you know, with a spoon. You know, so it's very, very difficult. Culture takes years. We're in a very good place. You know, again, we're not perfect, but we'll always strive to do better. But you mentioned something very important about juvenile crime, and that's, I'm glad you brought it up because I want to talk about that. Juvenile crime is significant, you know, not only in the city of Rockville, but in Montgomery County. And I will tell you is that, you know, when we talk about Washington, D.C., Prince George's County, the criminality that we've had has not been from those areas, has been from city of Rockville residents. Okay, and I want to make that very, very clear. They're not coming from Washington. You know, sir, we have cases of that, certainly. But the criminality that we've seen with juveniles has been significant. And I'll give you an example. Just this year, we've had one individual juvenile, and again, I have to be very careful when I talk about juvenile information. It's strictly protected, so I'm not giving out information, specific information. But we have one individual that has been locked up for this year alone, apprehended with us in Montgomery County 4 times for stolen auto, 1 time for a robbery. He's also involved in 2 cases of robbery outside of this jurisdiction. The difficulty that we have is that I was at an area chiefs meeting today with Chief Jones and all the chiefs and John McCarthy. The state's attorney's office has been fantastic, so has John McCarthy on all these cases. The problem is that a lot of these cases don't get to the state's attorney's office, and that's a huge problem. DJS, Department of Juvenile Services, should have held this individual, because now we're talking about a pattern and a graduation into serious crimes, and that puts our community at risk, and so we have worked very hard to hopefully get others that are in the criminal justice system support our community and others throughout the state. And as some of you may know, is that the legislature is looking at, changing back some of there was a cause and effect with the juvenile laws that were put into place before. So the legislature is looking really hard about changing those things. And that's really important for us, because we are just one spoke in the criminal justice system. We're an important one, but other people have to step up to the plate and do the right thing too. And I'm a little disappointed that, we still continue and our officers continue to apprehend the same individuals with no consequence. And that is an affront to our community and the safety of our community and the resilience of our community. We will not waver in our aspect of law enforcement. But there's so many other aspects of this type of issue. It's not just arrest. It's not just, there's just so many different other aspects of it. Services, social services, family. It goes on and on. And by no means, am I saying that, this is all a law enforcement issue. It's a societal issue that we have to focus on. And that's really important. We still always treat people with dignity and respect and empathy. But at some point in time, when you continue to exhibit this behavior, there has to be a check there to protect our community.
Thank you, Dr. Miles, for raising the topic on juvenile justice. I've also reached out to some state leaders to talk about. I know that there's some things that you've raised in terms of what is the experience of that person, and they're kind of getting back out quite quickly. But there's also the aspect of the fact that there's no programmatic reform being offered. So not only is the person getting right back out the next day, but they're not getting in programs. And I'm trying to get more information about why that is, but it sounds like there's a limited funding issue for the Department of Juvenile Services, that they're completely overwhelmed. And I'm hopeful that the state legislature awards more funding so that we can provide better support, because where there's opportunity for reform, we need to do that. Where there needs to be enforcement, we need to do that. But I appreciate that your officers are still out there trying to work with families and connect people and encourage folks to do the right thing. I also appreciate the Recreation and Parks and HCD, Housing Community Development, play a role in that in terms of some of the social supports and the programmings that they're providing. What we have shared previously is we can't just rely on schools and police. It's everything in between that needs to support our children. As you said, these are our children in our community, and we need to find a way to help them make better choices as well as to protect our community.
Very well said, Madam Mayor. The ray of sunshine in this is that we've had guardians and parents come to us, which is a very good thing, come to us and basically say what the criminality of their child has done, and come to us, which is pretty hard. That's some pretty tough love things, when they come to us, and they there's been multiple parents that have done that. Not only that, but there's mothers and fathers, and there's parents here that want their child to get help, and they're not getting that help. So thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Valeri, and then Councilmember Jackson.
On that note, I recently went through the training and became certified in mental health first aid. And I was very proud to be in the middle of this training, and everyone was talking about, their police force. And I was like, well, actually, our police force has a social worker, and she's terrific. And everybody thought, oh, where do you live? And I was like, I live in Rockville. Because I think that that's so vitally critical right now. What we're looking at is all of this is systemic. All of this is, we cannot look at it without non-holistically, right? And for every parent that helps, let that their minor or juvenile is engaged in risky illegal behavior, there are also guardians and parents who are themselves struggling, and so it's I'm all for supporting greater social services and providing those services, because everybody wants to point to. I often attend in listen-only mode to the county juvenile justice commission meetings, and it's a very honest conversation. But what gets left out is everyone's like, "Well, we have services for that. We don't always, because we don't, much like police officers, we need to recruit and pay fairly social workers." That's me off of my on my soapbox. But on that point, I just wanted to raise that because I like being able to brag on our police force. I had a couple of questions, of course. First, on the same vein, I know that we recently reached out around the crisis center, the county crisis center, and how many times our CPD is dispatched to them. And I think I spoke to Madam Mayor about this. I would like to be able to bill the county anytime our police force has to go to a county facility, because I think that there are very special circumstances, especially with the crisis center. And so are we still able to, given that, we're answering all calls, right? A 9-minute slower response time currently at the crisis center could be a huge difference there, because a lot of people are actively in crisis. Do you see, with the slower response time, are you seeing any particular difficulties at locations like the crisis center or any other facilities that help to treat people in crisis?
Well, I really appreciate your comments on the crisis center and about Beth Loftus, our mental health specialist, our clinician. It's a best practice that we've incorporated here in the city of Rockville. No one does it like we do, and it's only getting better. She's fantastic. The crisis center, I'm really glad you said that, council member, because the crisis center has a wonderful group of folks there. Know a lot of them that we've traveled with. I've worked with them. Matter of fact, there's one of the directors there that helped us, was instrumental us getting our mental health clinician here. And they are wonderful people. When they call us, it's usually we go to that one address on the card approximately 125 times a year. That is our number one call location in the city. Now, mind you, it's usually for someone that is they can't handle and they need our services. They need us to help them, whether it be an emergency petition or that they've done. So they call us. That's usually a priority. We don't just go there with one officer. Usually there's multiple officers. The big problem that we have, and we just had a conference call and a WebEx with the hierarchy there to talk about these issues for us. And again, they are a wonderful group of folks there. But when we look at it, sometimes we'll have 2 officers, sometimes even 3, depending on the circumstances, because we have to manage a person effectively and safely for them and for us. Then if they're emergency petitioned, we have to take them to Shady Grove. There could be, and there is oftentimes, 2 to 3 people that are out for hours. Now, those are 2 to 3 people that are out from hours that aren't in our city patrolling 13 and a half square miles with the rest of our community. It's a huge issue for us. We talk about it all the time. Major Plummer and Lieutenant West, we've had a meeting with that hierarchy. Again, I would agree with you. We spend an exorbitant amount of time there, and that affects our delivery of service to the other 70,000 people that reside in the city of Rockville.
Yeah, and it's not like it's not, it's a very needed center, and quite honestly, the county should look at expanding and creating more than one crisis center for a county this large, but neither here nor there. I always think about that because I know that, especially if it's an emergency petition, being in the hospital in and of itself is then goes into extra time, to use a sports metaphor. I was looking at the stats, and Chief, you know me, and I love stats. I would love to know the drastic reduction in drug and narcotic offenses between 2020 and 2023, and what do you attribute it? Because going from 186 to 53 to me is just phenomenal, but I don't know what is kind of behind that.
It's a lot of it is through proactive patrol. Some of those, you never have. I'll never take an opportunity not to say, "Hey, great that we did that." There's a lot of unknowns there. Lieutenant West, do you want to talk a little bit about?
Sure. Good evening. One of the things that we're seeing across the region, reduction in narcotics offenses, is with the laws that changed regarding marijuana.
That's what I was wondering.
So when marijuana became a civil offense some years ago, we saw it fall off. And then with the latest round of police reform bills related to that, that's probably why we're seeing a drastic number, a reduction in those numbers. And we're seeing that area-wide. It's not just in the city of Rockville.
Yeah, that
if I
makes
could just
sense.
go back to one point that a couple of you folks made about services for juveniles. We were just in a countywide meeting earlier today. One of the things that came up, which is very sobering, is the fact that there's only so many positions or beds or spaces available for these juvenile offenders. And Montgomery County has far more offenders than they have spots for in these programs. One of the other things that was of note today, juvenile offenders can only be put on probation for 6 months. Sometimes it takes 4 months to get them in the program. So they've already expended a majority of their probationary period before they can get them into these services that are so crucial. Because there's a lot more to crime prevention, crime reduction, than just making an arrest and incarcerating someone. So the programs are out there, but the system, as Madam Mayor said, is just overrun. So hopefully that answers your question about narcotics.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly why I was asking that question. I thought it has to do with the state legalization of cannabis, and I'm actually heartened to see that was part of it.
One other, since you mentioned that, Councilmember Valerian, I would love to hear Rockville City Police Department's perspective, but in hearing other folks in the region through COG as well as the county, the distribution of Narcan has also helped, to my understanding, at least in terms of some of the calls that people were normally getting, because community members have been stepping in to help address when someone is in that level of crisis. So that is helping the system as well. I don't know if there's anything you want to add on our work on and supporting Narcan distribution.
Narcan is huge for us. When I first came to Rockville, we had very limited Narcan distribution. And this goes right to when we talk about the Crisis Center and Health and Human Services of Montgomery County. As you saw in the past, is that Aaron Fashion in the Health and Human Services, I asked the county, can you provide our officers Narcan? And they have. So all of our officers have Narcan. And that when it expires, they give us new allotment. So it's having Narcan is very, very important because, we're not, arresting is this much of what we do. Helping people is this much of what we do. So who is usually going to be the first one on the scene is almost always it's going to be a police officer. I love our fire department folks and our fire EMS folks, but ultimately we're going to be on the scene first. And if we have the ability to use Narcan to save someone's life, those precious minutes are really important. So that's why we have our Narcan and we issue it out. Usually there's a 5-year lifespan on the dose. Really easy, and we've been doing it here for over 5 years now since I've been here. So I'm very proud of that. Thank you for the question.
On that note, super quickly, I'm going to put a plug in. if you haven't already, both for the people at the dais and people watching this, go get trained on Narcan. Get your kit, carry it with you. I have a little kit, I carry it with me everywhere, because I go to public restrooms and I go to other places where people might be in crisis or might be using. So it's something that we can do very easily to save lives.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Councilmember Jackson, Councilmember Fulton, and then Councilmember Shaw.
All right. So I echo my colleagues, and I won't take up a great deal of time, but I just would say, so we have several high schools in Rockville, but your department is responsible for one of them, Richard Montgomery.
Yes.
And Corporal Tibbs, if I'm pronouncing it right, he does a great job of being a liaison, being in the school, and making friends with the students. So I just want to call that out because I think it's a program that really is strong and is a credit to you and also the high school for that partnership. I'm glad that you have these statistics to show us and walk us through. I know when I was walking around during the campaign and other times, people were really concerned about crime, and I think social media is exacerbating that trend. People talk about now Nextdoor or Facebook, and so having good statistics of what is actually occurring is really important. So I thank you for that. I just wondered on your analysis and the officer who does the crime analysis on the statistics. It's nice to see a reduction on many aspects, but do you have the data on which neighborhoods the crimes are occurring in or not occurring in? And did you see spikes in some neighborhoods? Do you see them go down in other neighborhoods? I'm just wondering, like, do you have that kind of granular data?
We do have it at that level, and that's how we use that data to deploy our resources. So when we have patrol teams, when they go out in certain areas, we look at where those things are happening. When it comes to like theft from autos, and I'll use that as an example, that's pretty much citywide, in a lot of the neighborhoods. But data is very important for us to deploy our resources correctly. And Major Plummer, he'll look at that data, and he'll put our patrol teams in we call Code 18s, and put our officers in those areas and make sure we alert them to those areas. So we have the appropriate patrol footing in those specific areas. But thank you again for Corporal Tibbs, Derek Tibbs. He's a legend, he's a legend, and it's always really good to put someone in a position that they flourish in it. He flourishes in it. They love him at Richard Montgomery and the whole cluster. Wooten and Rockville have CEOs from Montgomery County. We have the Richard Montgomery cluster. But thank you for that. And Derek he does a great job, and he loves it. He loves it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. And also I echo all of the accolades for you and the work of the department. I was particularly heartened to see some of the data on traffic collisions, and I particularly thanks for the trend in accounting for the pandemic. That's always helpful.
Yes.
But one of the things that I was intrigued by is the slide that talks about actual enforcement actions and your three different types, whether it's the warning or the citation.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, maybe you can't too much, but can you talk about how that choice is made? Is it a choice? And is there data to show that a warning versus a citation is actually an effective deterrent?
That's a very good question. There's probably some study, academic, somewhere that will say, warnings. I'm a firm believer in education, and when sometimes some offenses are so blatant that you have to write a citation. But oftentimes, I think we get a lot more mileage, for lack of better words, when we educate people about their behavior and how that behavior impacts others and the safety of others. And when we did our traffic initiative, part of that was education, is that why you do certain things and why don't you do certain things, and how that impacts our pedestrians, our motoring public, the people in conveyances, bicycles, scooters, etc. So I don't have that specific data, but I think it's important for me anecdotally. I think education goes a long way, but it also shows a caring and an empathy and a compassion, for us. And I think that's what we're really good at. We're really good at, showing our best side. Police officers wear many hats. We're marriage counselors, we're mechanics, we're teachers, we're mentors, we're coaches, we're a variety of different things. Some people will say that, we do too much. But frankly, when everybody else is home after 5 and on the weekends and late and unusual hours, who do you call when you need help? It may not police-centric, but you'll call the police, and the police will always try to navigate that. So wearing those multitude of hats sometimes is a good thing, and that educational component, I think, is really important, because it just shows a different dimension, is that, certainly we enforce the law, but we do much more than that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I want to echo my colleagues and thank you for your work and service. I did have a question about domestic violence incidents. I know during the pandemic they skyrocketed. Can you talk a little bit about the incidences, and also are you sharing resources like the Family Justice Center?
Yes, we are. Very good question. If you look at most of our assaults in our data, the majority of those are interfamily and domestic cases. And those are important for us. We have very specific laws in the state of Maryland that we have to take action when there's a domestic case and a referral. So those are things that we try to navigate with an eye on resources, an eye on getting people the help that they need so they don't have these type of physical altercations. So that's really important for us. And we go through very specific training, not only in service, but through the academy. It's very, very in-service training, something we do yearly. We're mandated by law, by COMAR standards, and through the Maryland Training Commission. But yes, those, the majority of our assaults that we have a domestic relation quotient to it. I hope that answered that question. You're welcome.
Thank you. I have a few final questions. So the police department, no surprise, right? The police department does a lot of programming beyond the education and enforcement and all the work that you do. Can you speak to those programs? I know that there's one that's coming up, so I want to make sure you put a plug in for that. And then also, I think there's the gun buyback, there's Families in the Park. If you could just share a bit more about those programs. We, and I appreciate your email today. We do a lot of great things in our community. We're only going to do more. I'll go to the gun buyback first, and Madam Mayor, through your support and you're pushing this, we created the best gun buyback program in the region. Today I just talked to Senator Smith's chief of staff because they're looking at legislation through the mayor. I get calls all the time about, using us to model our gun buyback program. And just for your knowledge too, is that our gun buyback program was very unique. Is that we're the only law enforcement agency in the country that partnered with our state's attorney and our superintendent of public schools. And we timed them perfectly on the Saturday before school started, August 27th of 22 and August 26th of 23. We recovered over 600 firearms, rifle, shotguns, pistols, revolvers, ghost guns, and assault weapons, all of which, we gave out gift cards, and all of which were 100% destroyed. And incinerator in Dickerson, Maryland. So we look at those events. We are fair and impartial policing that we do for the community. No one else does that either. And that's part of the training and the fabric of what we try to do. Our community open house events, our national night out, our gun buyback, which we'll do another one in August again. It's amazing the levels of calls I get from legislators throughout the region want to do that, and they use us as a model. I take that as a high honor because we did very successful, and many of you, I know, Madam Mayor, you were all of the ones, and you
made us eat healthy when you brought us some oranges for our cops when it was so it was very, very good. So I appreciate that very much. So all the events that we try to do is, and we have in our Special Operations Division, Sergeant McCarrow, Corporal Crow, and Corporal Tibbs, we're going to be running and we're looking at different events that we're going to want to do to bring our community together. We did a movie night during Halloween. Those aren't just little things. Those are things that bring people together and that show that we are in partnership with our community. So we're going to do all those things, and I hope that's what you're looking for in that aspect.
Thank you. And for the listening public, there will be an annual report posted, but you also do weekly posts on our website so people
Yes.
can see. In addition, you have, as requested, gone out to different neighborhoods to provide updates if people want regional updates.
Always.
Yep.
Always. Our annual report will be out probably, I believe, in the next 30 days. And we'll get that out. That is with the inclusions. It's very informative of all the things we do, and we'll have that out. And I will make sure Mayor and Council have that prior to dissemination.
Thank you. And because I know my colleagues care deeply about Vision Zero, and I want to thank them for all their work on it. One of the questions that came up was red light or speeding cameras. I believe we have 27.
We do. You keep me up on my figures. We have 27. We have 10 red light cameras. We have 17 speed cameras. 6 of those 17 are fixed. 10 are we call portable units that we have locations that are pre-approved by the state. We can move them all around. And then we have one mobile van that we use. That's a speed van, and that's very good for us when we're doing research on locations. We can use that van, temporary to gauge those speeds. So all of our cameras are operational now. We had an aging system we had in the last year. There were many breakdowns, parts. Now every one of our cameras, red lights and speed enforcement, are the best technology that we have.
And you're transparent about where they are because you post.
We have to by law.
Yeah.
We have to by law to do it. The automated traffic enforcement is a force multiplier. Mm-hmm. And, what we're trying to do is change behavior. And by changing behavior, we make our community safe.
And lastly, just back to this juvenile issue, because I know so many of us really care deeply about it. While we're waiting for DJS to get additional funding, perhaps maybe a collaboration with Housing Community Development to have a resource when those parents call for help to be able to distribute. I'm just noting that may be a need that we have in the city.
I would advocate for that. Anything we can do to keep our youth from engaging in this type of negative behavior, because it's not positive on anything, and you want to keep our youth out of the system. The reality is that that's the whole goal. So yes, anything we can do to help bolster that and before DJS or whenever they get their funding, because it's painful when they should be doing the things that we need them to do.
Thank you. And on that note, just a note for the city manager, is it possible to work with HCD, Housing Community Development, to work with the county in getting those resources? I know that they're also creating a list, so just want to collaborate and make sure we have that available. Thank you. Dr. Miles.
Quick plug. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like any emergency medication, if you use Narcan or albuterol or EpiPen, always call 911. So it's great that we have it, but be sure to still call 911. That's all.
Thank you, Chief, Major Plummer, and Lieutenant West. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you protecting all of us.
Well, I certainly appreciate all of you. Have a blessed night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We will now move to agenda item 9, which is our consent agenda item, and then we'll move to a quick break after that. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve all, or do you have any that you would like to pull? Okay, I'm seeing no desire to pull. Councilman Van Grack, I see your hand going up. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that on agenda item 9, A, B, C, D, and E all be approved by this mayor and council as noted on the current agenda.
Thank you very much. I'll second. Thank you, Councilmember Valeri. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. Thank you. We'll take a quick 5-minute break and then return to our normal schedule agenda. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today is still February 26th, and we'll continue with meeting number 4-24. Our next agenda item will be a discussion on community engagement and outreach. I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Barack Matite, as well as Kathy Kirk-Dancer, who leads our PIO.
Madam Mayor, staff does not have a presentation. We just want to point out, per Mayor and Council direction at the January 6th retreat, we did draft an interim engagement plan that's attached to the agenda item. So we would welcome Mayor and Council feedback on that. And we would also have with us Harmon also. Harmon has been a long time employee in engagement. He knows a lot of the history of where we came from, what we do, and what we have done. So he's at your avail also, should you want to ask questions. And finally, it's staff belief that now may be the time for the Mayor and Council at its March 16th retreat to take up the question of should we go further and do a very deliberate outreach and engagement plan. And we welcome feedback at the retreat towards that. So with that, staff's here to answer any questions or to assist the Mayor and Council.
Thank you. I recall at our previous retreat there was discussion about staff moving forward on a plan. I think I'm just looking for head bobs here, but all of my colleagues were interested in this. So I just wanted to clarify that we are interested in moving forward with a community outreach plan. And we welcome if you are asking us for specific guide points or questions that you might have to help guide that plan. We would welcome that and can discuss that further at the retreat.
Yes, and it's going to be staff's recommendation to hire an outside consultant to help in that effort for a deliberate plan and to get Mayor and Council's input multiple times during that development of that plan, given the nature of this and perhaps the Mayor and Council's input that they wish to have in this plan.
Thank you. May I also just ask just a little history? The city of Rockville used to have neighborhood coordinators, if you will, multiple people who were focused on community engagement and making sure that the entire city was covered. That evolved and changed. So if you could speak to that history. I know that Mr. Harmon Cordero does a fantastic job of trying to be, clone himself and go everywhere. But can you just speak to what was and what is now in terms of the community outreach and the staffing we have?
And I think Harmon could take the lead on this effort. He's been here quite a long time and seen a lot.
Good evening, everyone. Certainly, the city has gone through a lot of changes in terms of the ways that we have done outreach and connecting with the community. Came to work to the city about 17 years ago, and certainly when came to be with the city, the unit was about 4 full-time staff working around the community, connecting with residents, businesses, houses of worship, as well as with nonprofit organizations. Some of the things that we did were related to developing relationships, developing trust, and also creating an understanding of what the city actually was doing in relation to serve the community. But at the same time, our job was to learn from the community and bring in that knowledge back to city staff to address issues, concerns, but also, to find solutions to situations that were important to residents in the community. Over the years, that unit was dismantled, and due to different reasons, some of them were related to budgetary issues, some of them were related to priorities of the Mayor and Council at the time. So staff decided to move into different careers and different positions in different places. They were not replaced. So that unit from 4 got reduced to only 1 individual, which is your servant here today. So I tried to serve about 95 communities. That includes civic associations, as well as homeowners associations, multifamily. Some of the work that we do here in the city with the department is that we serve also as a liaison in relation to all their community issues with all the different departments. So we provide some advice, some encouragement, as well as some guidance with some issues that may happen in the community. So as the mayor mentioned a couple minutes ago, I try to clone myself and be in the community as many times as possible, but certainly the functions have changed as well as some of the focus over the years. So I think that provides pretty much a general highlights of that. And of course, the Public Information Office, which I was part of for some time as well. They provide a lot of support to all the departments in relationship to community outreach, technology support, guidance, style communications, and you mentioned it. So, and I think some of the things that we've been doing right now is trying to learn from all the different departments in the city to see where we are touching the people in the community. What are some of the challenges that the departments are having in relationship to community outreach, as well as to learn about opportunities that may arise in the future to be more connected. But certainly, it's a challenge since you all know that community has changed, the way that people communicate has changed, the way that reality show has changed since the pandemic, but even before that, things were already changing and the dynamics in the community has changed as well. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just say some introductory remarks and then open the floor to my colleagues. I've heard from all of my colleagues that community outreach and engagement is very important. I think we also believe that we want to be representatives and make sure that we understand and are listening to our public. And so that's why we're taking a reflective moment to see what are we doing and how can we be better. There's always room for improvement, but there's a lot of great work that you all are doing. I also just note that part of it is looking at it from an equity lens as well, and equity from different perspectives. Some parts of the community have very established neighborhood associations, and we do go out to those associations. We share updates from the city. We share public safety updates, so they hear from us more regularly. There are other parts of the city that don't have those neighborhood associations. We have a growing population of renters. We have folks who are part of HOAs. And so we say that in mind of we want to make sure that we're reaching more of our city. In addition, we know that some things require reactive. So we hear something, we're very responsive. The city is very, very good at following up with people who reach out to us. That's a compliment that we get quite often. We also know some communities are not likely to report issues, and so we want to go out to those communities who may not, have that current practice of reaching out to the city, so that we can make sure that we're treating all parts of our city, whether you're in the west or on the east or the south, north. So those are some of the tenets in which we're trying to make sure we're doing better. We did do a budget survey and have really increased that participation, and we're actually using the data to look at who's responding and who's not, and trying to do more to reach out to those communities. And we have done some town halls in the past. We did landlord-tenant webinars in the past. We did 2 for the first time last term. And we just started the town halls. We didn't do as many as we would have liked. And then the last term, because of COVID, some of the walking town meetings started very late in the term. So that's something I've heard from my colleagues. So I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to have this moment. We'll continue to talk. This is the beginning of a discussion on community engagement. But we want to make sure overall that we're not only being responsive, but being proactive to make sure we're supporting the entire city. Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you. First of all, Herman, you said you've tried to clone yourself and didn't succeed. I think you did. The amount of places I saw you over the course of the past year is so incredibly impressive. So thank you for trying to cover so much ground there. You do a really impressive job. The other, maybe a couple comments I wanted to make. I appreciate you pulling together this high-level approach. In my mind, there are 2 aspects of the engagement that we're trying to accomplish. One is overall, reaching all of the communities more equitably, more often, and having that open connection and relationship, which a lot of this does with the walking town meetings and that. The other half of it is finding really effective ways to get feedback on particular things. The mayor mentioned the budget survey, which I know that we're close to 700 last I saw responses, which is huge. But I'm wondering if we can start exploring more things than a survey, right? Like I keep talking, I think they did such a great job on the town center master plan feedback, because it wasn't just one venue. It was 5 different things that it was targeted to the type of audience to get that feedback. So hopefully as we have the discussions, we can talk about both sides of the equation. Generally getting feedback and being in touch, and then how to craft an engagement plan around a particular issue in a way that gets, multi-pronged way that gets the kind of feedback we need.
You raise a good point on the town center plan, and I know that during the comp plan process, there was a lot of outreach done on different topics. So that was a point where the city was kind of going out, and now that the plan is done, we need to chart what's next. And those did include some focus groups. I was wondering, do you kind of have sort of best practices that you're sharing internally? Because I know the town center master plan was very well done. For example, I'm just naming 1 or 2. I'm not going to go to all of them. But the the climate action plan also got a lot of kudos, especially what they did during the pandemic. So I think there are some best practices and things that worked well, and maybe some lessons learned that we can glean from and share between departments.
Absolutely. One of the things to keep in mind with especially these 2 particular projects and plans there was a multidisciplinary approach. We were working not just with one department, it was not just one individual spearheading all these plans, but it was many departments all coming together and trying to using what I like to use, a genius, to be able to provide input in the best practices. How can we do this? How we can do the other one? How we engage with this particular group? Do you have a list for this contact? How can we go out into talking to this community? We all walk into the buildings. We knock at doors. We put door hangers, talk to people at festivals. So we use an approach that took us in different directions, but was successful thanks to many people working towards a common objective that was providing outreach, but also making sure that we were listening to people and reaching out to people in individual basis as well as a group. So many things, and I think a lot of lessons learned through all these different processes. And the most important thing was developing that trust from the part of we as a city. We are really interested in listening to what you have to say, and that your opinion was going to be recorded and reporting back to some of these individuals and groups participating. Having that feedback and that reporting back was super important. The key for success, I think, is teamwork, and I think putting the resources and the focus on specific areas. I think that helped a lot. But it was the work of so many people. I can tell you how many people in those meetings planning, doing outreach and coordinating. So it just, that was the reason why that plan was successful.
Councilman Valeri and then Councilman Shaw.
So, and I think I've mentioned this before, but just in case folks don't know, my current job title and most of my career has been in outreach and engagement. And this is something that I've enjoyed doing during my career. And it was something that I enjoyed, leading up to becoming an elected official, because I think that that's the best way to reach people. You're right. It's a multi-channel, multidisciplinary process and an expertise that not everybody has, and it's not something to assume that everybody has. And the PIO office and the communications component of it is not in and of itself. It is the PIO office creates the product, as you will, right, to get the information out to people. But engagement and outreach beyond communication is the next step that needs to occur. And I think that that's where I think the city can do a lot better. And it's not for anything. Harmon, I have worked with you. I'm sorry, Mr. Cordero. I'm like, you're Harmon. I have worked with you for the last 6 years in my, role with my community association. And I remember when there was more than one Harmon, and I actually even wrote a note here, like multiple Harmons, because we need, you are one human person. You are not a robot, and I was always curious about, how we got down to the point where there is just one awesome Harmon, and so in my thinking through this, first I wanted my first point being that. Engagement outreach needs to be separated out from the work of PIO. So that would be my first step here. They are absolutely complementary, but we're looking at two very different goals and different audiences. Some overlap, right? But there's a lot of audiences that Ms. Dancer deals with that are not just not just residents. There's a lot of broader scope of people. I'm really thinking through, and I appreciated what you pulled together. I think that part of the struggle is because it's not centralized anymore. Once it became decentralized and each department was kind of, okay, now here's your piece, right? You missed the whole. So there's nobody to, there's only one person rather to see, okay, everybody's doing this, right? Especially on something like the budget survey. I think that there is strength in making it centralized, and I would really like to see during our upcoming budget process returning back to slowly recruiting on more individuals to engage in this work. We have a city of 70,000 people. To expect us to be able to do community engagement and outreach in a way that we need through you are one of the hardest working people I know, Harmon. That's untenable, and I don't think that we're doing the work to our utmost if we don't actually invest in it. And I think that the budget survey has always kind of brought it home for me. And as much as we did, the Madam Mayor did a tremendous amount of work and still does, to push the budget survey out. Something that doesn't really resonate with everybody. The results, at least from the last results that I saw, are not right. She pops up with the QR code everywhere. If she could get a tattoo, it would be the QR code for a budget survey, which would be awesome, actually. Don't give me that idea. And I lost my train of thought because you were talking about the budget survey. Yes, exactly. We haven't seen an updated kind of where our responses are coming in from, but that is a great snapshot of how, even with all the work, we're failing. We are just straight up failing to engage as many people. Now, maybe it's that we don't call it a budget survey. Maybe we call it what do you want to see in your neighborhood? Finding different ways to communicate it, because it's not, not everybody resonates with that. But I think in my mind, when I saw the responses and where they kind of laid out in the city, I was like, that reflects what I heard when I would go door to door with people, that they don't feel connected to what the city does. They don't think the city cares about their concerns. And part of that is because we're not engaging with every community in a way that we honestly need to if we're serving them. So that's kind of my long-winded way to say I really do think that we as a body need to look at making it centralized again and investing in growing the staff to be able to do the work, to be able to take the awesome things that Ms. Dancer is creating and pushing it and getting it in new corners of the city. And also my second point, and then I'll stop blabbing, is that really foundational to all of this is the data, the demographic data, the general data on our community. to be able to be reflective and to be thoughtful. And I know that you know this, Harmon, so I know I'm preaching to the choir on that, but I just think that's why many of us are so, we need the data. We want to see what we're doing, because then we're going to, you know, much like the police use it to deploy differently in different parts of the city, we're going to use this data to deploy, you know, engagement and outreach in communities that don't feel that connection. So I've always enjoyed working with you, Harmon. I enjoy working with anybody that's doing that hard work, and I appreciate, because you really are hardworking. I want to make it so that we can build that out and build that back up to a real like outreach and community engagement office.
Thank you. I'll move to Councilmember Zoll. I just wanted to note one thing. In the FY24 budget, we did include some community outreach surveying tool or outreach tool that is supposed to happen. And I wanted to know, I'm reading here, the FY24 adopted includes funding for reinstatement of the community survey. So I would like to know where that stands, if that's already in progress. And then perhaps as we think about the survey, to my colleague's point, is we might have to do a little groundwork to go to places that, are, you know, maybe talk to people on the survey, so not everyone will respond just to a straight survey. So I wanted to just note that as well.
We're currently in the procurement process, and we are looking to reinitiate the survey late October and November, so it mirrors the survey distribution time frame from when we used to do it before COVID, and then use that information to first get a pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic comparison, but also think about what vision the body has that comes out on March 16th and otherwise for the larger engagement strategy, and make sure that the tool serves that. And not ready to talk about it yet publicly, but there may be aspects to the product that we're looking at that address some of the things I'm hearing from the dais tonight.
Thank you. So the target timing would be October? Is that what you said?
So in 2018, the survey was issued in late October and closed in November. And then the analysis was delivered in February, March of the following year from the vendor. And we're looking to mirror that. So as many characteristics of the prior surveys are mirrored in the next iteration.
I two comments on that. One is sometimes being able to reflect on the data we have in terms of who's filled it out might help us to go back out to places that we haven't heard from. So it maybe we think about not just a quick 1 month window or 1.5 month window, but a little bit more time so that we can reflect and then strategize and go out. For example, I know when we did the census outreach, we looked at who we weren't hearing from, and I remember going and knocking doors and just trying to reach out to people. So I just wanted to make sure we have built in some time to be able to analyze who we're hearing from and who we're not.
So this particular survey is a random sample scientific survey, not an opt-in survey like the budget survey. So the way the science behind it works is the vendor who is has expertise in this, does this for hundreds of communities around the United States. They will take the response data and then use a method to make sure that it's representative of our unique population. So if there's a response from a group that is over or underrepresented, that gets cleaned and processed, and then the actual response data we see mirrors what our community looks like.
Fantastic.
And I can get more into the methodology.
Yeah,
later.
that's great. I've done surveys as well. I'm just noting that if you intend to reach certain groups and you don't hear back, there may be a need for more than one touch point, is what I'm saying. So that's why some of that work may require just a little more time to analyze and see. We intended to represent this kind of sample, and we didn't hear back. Can we go back out and see if within those, whoever was identified, find other ways to reach them, because it may not be giving them a paper survey or a digital survey may work. Not everyone feels comfortable with that, so I wanted to just allow that opportunity. And the other question is, some of my colleagues have talked about different methods of engagement. I wonder, I remember I took the survey, but I don't remember all the questions. But if we could get feedback on what people are interested in terms of engagement, that some sort of how you like to receive information, and connect with the city would be helpful to get as well.
Yeah, we asked that question when we did the survey. When I did the survey for the county. Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw.
So it is music to my ears that we're going to have a scientific professional survey done that is very intentional in terms of reaching communities, and the goal is to be representative, and that was actually one of my points. I also wanted to share, like in terms of applying an equity lens, I'm really encouraged with this conversation, but I do want to take a little step back here and echo a bit of what my colleagues have shared, but really first identifying the communities that have not been reached, and then looking at some intentional ways to reach them. Madam Mayor has raised focus groups. I'm a fan of focus groups. It's very intentional. It was something used with the master plan for Town Center, and I think it's very effective. I would also say looking at some incentives, there could be events with food and with perhaps providing needed resources for communities. And I think that's also a really effective way in which you can get communities that haven't historically have been heard from. In addition to that, I do think we also need to take some time to think about the gaps and barriers and then create a plan. Like my colleague, Councilmember Valeri, I am also a communications person. I've been doing it for 20 years with the federal government, and in a very grassroots way as well with public health. And so this is something that is really, really important to me, and I think it should be something that we do in all of our work. One of the benefits of it being decentralized is that each of the departments are doing it. And I would say it could be I also agree that there are benefits with making it centralized as well, as long as we're doing it in everything that we're doing, and there's not silos, and folks are working together to ensure that we are applying some of our community engagement expertise throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, just a comment, and I wanted to chime into some of the discussion that's been going on. Part of our retreat, when we were talking about the, community engagement, we really wanted to hone down on what's the Mayor Council's desired outcome, because when we're talking about community engagement and really going to the people to find out what they really want, the key question will be, how will Mayor Council engage and get the feedback from the residents of the community who are being engaged, and what are you going to do with that feedback, and how do you want a staff to be able to use that information? For instance, if we do community engagement, in the instance where we do workshop, community groups, do we want staff to do this for every single public policy that comes before you for you to consider? If that's going to be the case, we have to do some things that we have never done before as a staff to be able to change how we present things before Mayor and Council, because we need to make sure that we've engaged the community and we make sure that we have the feedback and we have at least what you need to make those decisions. So I think those are some of those conversations that we'll probably have to get to the key thing that I feel like you all need and are asking for us and asking staff, respective departments to do and change, to really know by the time you're considering a public policy, you have the feedback that you need to be able to proceed, and it's not just a one-time thing and then we move on. And I think that's going to probably address some of the key issues that you've raised, Councilmember Valeri, about when people feel like we have not been engaged or we are not being felt like we are heard. It's because maybe they felt like it was just transactional, like the previous engagement that they've had with the city. So how do we change that as well? So I think those are some of those things that, as we look at how do we bring this issue before Mayor Council and to do it right, what are some of those things that we have to do internally to make sure that we get this right from the get-go?
I can appreciate that. I think even before we get to that feedback loop, right, to get that we're reaching out, we're on a particular issue, we have large parts of the city that don't know what's going on. So we need to even take a step back from that. We can get feedback once people actually, not everybody reads Rockville Reports as much as we all love it. And there is a very strong subscriber segment, right, that reads every page of Rockville Reports. There are some people that check out our website, some people that don't. That's why I was talking about like multi-channel communication. Like not all people communicate the same way. But there is a large portion of the city that, for whatever reason, they're not getting the information, so that when you do then, knock on their door or you talk to them, they're like, I had no idea, or I kind of remember that. So I think even establishing a baseline of trying as many new things as we can to get information that we already have. So no, not creating any new collateral necessarily, not going out with a new issue, right, or a new policy, but getting that first step of knowing that we have tried everything that we can to get information out and to get the communication out, right? And then I think we can talk more about, what are we going to do with that feedback? I think some of it's, a lot of it is very transactional, as Mr. Seminow said earlier. Potholes. That is very tangible. That is somebody that, you drove out of your driveway and you're like, oh, great, I just lost my hubcap, right? And so then people, engage. And I think there's still people in our community, in our city, that don't know how to report that. So I think we've got some like foundational 101 level stuff to get done. And that's what I would say before kind of going on to the 201 or graduate level community engagement.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comment. It made me think about something I was talking to the city manager earlier, I think we also just need to look at a little bit of a matrix or roadmap of what we're doing now. So there are certain things we do for public hearings, there's certain things we do for policies now to lay out what is currently happening. And then there are things where by department, for example, there may be this level of activity, and I've kind of create these matrices where this level of activity gets social, gets Rockville Reports, gets just kind of mapping out what are the channels and tools that we're doing by activity or major area now. One could be public hearing, for example. What are all the things we do for public hearing, so that we can see what is currently happening. So that's one thought to just have as a baseline to see what is current practice. The second thought I had was doing an assessment or looking at where we're currently going to neighborhoods, if you will. In my last term, I had worked with Councilmember Jackson to say, hey, we haven't been to King Farm Citizens Assembly. You guys need to hear from us. We have all these things going on that could benefit you. And we worked together to plan a meeting. There are plenty of other examples. I think Falls Grove was another one where the city wasn't necessarily at those meetings just yet. But can we look at where we're currently going, but where we haven't been? Are there neighborhoods that you all would like to, or do all the work that you're doing, Harmon? I know you're everywhere, but there may be some areas where it's like, I really would love to get into Hungerford, or I would love to get into do more west of 270. So I think that would be helpful information, and I know that my colleagues are interested in helping you in that. So it's not that you have to be at everything, because we know that that's hard, but we would love to maybe divide and help get out and share updates across the city.
As it stands right now, PIO has a plethora of different outreach materials, and when drafting this plan, that's the first thing I wanted to say in the overview of what PIO's role was, because Madam Mayor, what you did say and made abundantly clear was that we have a hodgepodge of a lot of different stuff, and there is no, like you said, baseline on what to do. However, communication is a fluid tool.
True.
It's fluid, because based on the level of intensity or importance to whatever the policy is, it depends on how hard it gets pushed out. Now keep in mind, when I became director, I began creating SOPs to try to create some type of baseline. Just like you said for public hearing, we know those are not going to change even if the topic might be high tense, but we're still going to get the same outreach that we do. So we have a policy on that. And then if there's snow emergencies, some things that we know won't quote unquote change, but other things like if CPDS has something going on. That's why their master plan was so great, because they saw the tools that we had and they knew which ones were best for them in order to reach the target audience that they wanted to. So I think we just have to keep that in mind, and that's why when drafting this plan, I wanted to make it clear that yes, PIO has the tools, but we do need a collaborative, more centralized method on how we're going to do the engagement. I really do think that, like you said, a lot of people don't even know we have this thing called Bang the Table, which is an interactive engagement tool. That's literally what it does. But having and making sure that we understand, one, we can use it, two, that it is fruitful in what we want to do is where we have to be. And now that we're thinking about it, I just wanted to make that clear. So
I appreciate that. Councilmember Jackson.
Thanks. So the mayor took a lot of what I wanted to say.
Oh, sorry.
No, it was great. So, you know, I guess I look at all the platforms and tools that we have, and it's an amazing plethora of really a wealth of riches. But I think that communication, I think council member Valeri was right. There's pockets of Rockville that they're not really paying attention, or they're not engaged. And as the mayor was saying, I mean, I think that there was a good success with King Farm in terms of engaging us, in terms of getting out to where we were. And that's the big thing that I wanted to say and work with you on, and my colleagues, is how do we get out of City Hall and into HOAs or civic associations or apartments or condos, to where people are, where we can actually speak with them one-to-one, face-to-face. And so there's more of a connection there than there is with all these tools, which are great, but there is a power in really having a face-to-face, old-fashioned meeting. And there's various tactics that I can go through on what we can do as a body, to divide and conquer. I think there's now two more of us. So, use us when you're coming up with your engagement plan. I know that many of us are willing to do that. And I would just say, wrapping up, I went last week, I had an engagement with Ingleside, and I worked with Barack to come up with a presentation. And I think it went really well. But what surprised me was there was no template presentation for the city. And I think that coming up with a presentation or a suite of presentations that we could just quickly take and go would be an amazing resource to have, because there's 6 of us now, and we can get out there and do it, but we have to have the resources to be able to do it quickly. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. I do know that, Harmon, you have some presentations from City Academy, right? That might be a good baseline for leveraging in some areas.
There's some community associations and civic associations that we visit on a regular basis, and we're trying to be intentional in some of those communities, especially, we feel that there's some areas where they have not been starting to get represented, so we try to put a lot of focus on those particular communities. But as well, something that I learned over the years, because I do go out and walk the neighborhoods and talk to people and go to supermarkets and trying to get input from the residents and those underrepresented and what sometimes perceived unengaged communities, is that part of their thinking, and I think, today was a very, very good example of those friends who came and talked about, the cost of living in Rockville, how hard it is to actually for them to make a living here, 2, 3 jobs to be able to actually afford stay in their homes. And so there are so many situations and so many elements that influence individuals' ability and capacity of engagement. And I think, as the more we look into these particular communities and these friends that we want to feel part of the community, feel, they still have that power, that they have a voice. It's, as we mentioned before, it's sometimes, eliminate all those barriers, but also, it's to see, realistically, what we as a city can do by some of these individuals. I get calls in my office, people ask me, hey, could you help me to get a job? So many times it's like, sorry, I can, but I can put you in contact with a service that may help you with your situation, where you're going right now, And I remember talking to, when I was doing the census, individuals were helping me, and they were gonna lose their jobs because, the census contract was gonna come to an end, and they were concerned about their housing situation. So there are so many things, and certainly, we can go out in the community, and thank you so much for offering you all to step up and then go out into those communities. And certainly, we can create a collaboration. We can look at some of these communities that don't feel connected yet. But I think, it's, Councilmember Jackson said it right, it's, getting out of City Hall, really going to the communities, and to be super honest on this, sometimes just being spontaneous, and then say, what had not been yet, and then walk on the street, and then introduce yourself, because that level of commitment and that level of engagement comes through trust, and yeah, I can go, and a lot of people trust me, and they know who I am, but so many times they don't even know who the council members or the mayor is of Rockville. So that is what will make a big difference. It's just like so many things that could make a difference, but it's just developing that trust, and people knowing who are the elected officials on a personal basis, going to their homes, sit down, drinking people's coffee in the porches, listening to their stories of 20 years ago. But it does take time, and sometimes it's an element of capacity. Mm-hmm. So can we all be everywhere and every time? Certainly, no. We wish could be there in that way, and that is why in the past years we have leaned on the different departments and what each one of those departments are trying to do to reach out to people, to multiply our efforts. It's an element of capacity. But certainly a lot of things that can be done certainly will take resources. It will take time. Certainly thank you so much for knowing that there is a willingness right there for this to happen. And I'm just hopeful and looking forward to a brighter, more engaged community as well. As we'll identify how that really looks like and how we can actually get to the point of making those connections and creating that trust and building those bridges in our communities all across the city.
Thank you. I had a couple additions, just you inspired me to share a couple other comments. Sorry about that, but I appreciate it. One is the comment that several of us have been trying to make is like get out into the community. So I've had some of my best conversations talking to people at basketball games, skate jam, just going to where they are, and also thinking through, maybe there are messages that what are the key things we're trying to push that month. So we have amazing rec centers, right? We have engaged them on the budget survey, but maybe other things that it's like, rec center, please post this, so that, and or if you're doing a class, you're going to have a game, say one announcement about the city, right? That may be something for us to consider. I was talking to the city manager about neighborhoods. Does neighborhood services help DPW, right? right now we're waiting on people to report potholes, but if neighborhood services is out in the entire community, they might say, hey, I saw this here, or there's dangling wire, just there are things that we can do across each of our functions to better help each other, to make sure we're covering the whole city. I will say that there is a physical difference when you go across the city. There's more dangling wires in East Rockville. There's more, there are a number of things, and I can see the difference. I observe trash in certain areas. So that is part of what I want to see a city that is making sure the entire city feels, looks, acts that we're all good. And it takes not just being really good at being responsive, but making sure we're getting out to places that may not always, speak up, and that we're supporting our entire community. So that's one comment. I would like to see if we can, at least while we're building the plan, and I think it can help us inform what we're doing, to start thinking and planning out our walking town meetings. So some of us were at the Lincoln Park Community Association meeting. They were interested in doing a walking town meeting. I know there are other communities who are also interested. It allows us to walk and roll in their shoes and to see what's going on in the community. After a meeting, some of us collected 25 shopping carts that were just littered throughout the community, and we had a chance to say, they pointed out some other things. And that helps, right, to beautify their community and also to listen to their concerns. And I also know that when we did walking town meetings in the past, Mr. Simino shared that sometimes the city goes out and cleans up things ahead of time, so watches out for things. So I would like to see if we can just map out some areas of the city that we can start a walking town meeting and we can start organizing. We already have someone who raised their hand and said they want one.
So that, actually what you just said, Madam Mayor, comes into play with the draft plan that I drafted. Using what we already had that was successful in the interim, it's called Neighborhood Connect, instead of, I'm just trying to be fancy, instead of calling it Walking Town. So that's
Love it.
I love a title. So that's what I was trying to do, was use those type of engagements like Councilmember Jackson was talking about, Councilmember Valeri, the ones that had you in the community where you were seen and people can actually touch you, talk to you, not touch you, but you so they can feel your presence.
Yeah.
So that's why I think this interim plan will work, but then it becomes a collaboration with someone like Harmon, and then hearing from you, knowing what areas, because there are certain areas when there were walking town hall meetings that always got a walking town hall meeting, but there were other areas that didn't. So now that we have the 7 of you who know that were in the community before you sat on that dais, can help us then map out those plans. I think this interim plan does do that, to speak to everything that at least Councilman Jackson and Councilmember Valeri and Councilmember Shaw, the mayor, you guys were saying, was meeting people where they're at. Right now, the development of a basic and long plan for community engagement is going to require more FTEs. It is. But for now, we do have tools that we can use. But it is going to take a collaborative effort in order to make sure those pockets of people that don't feel seen or heard can be seen and heard now. And that's why I think this plan needs to be, we can build on this plan for now. Because that community, that strategic community engagement plan is going to take some time. But this can allow the community to know, we do see you, we hear you. And in that way, it allows us to develop that strategic community engagement plan that is going to work for us, not just for now, but that we can carry on and keep on developing.
So what do you need from us in terms of getting started and mapping out the first 1 to 3 walking town meetings?
We need to know your availability. That's the main thing. And go.
Now, so as Kathy, talked about the plan, if Mayor and Council are okay with the interim plan that she's put together, what we'll do, because we still need some work to do, and talk to the internal stakeholders, the various departments and whatnot, and engage and reach out to you all as we put all the details together, because we took a comprehensive look of the entire year and what we can be able to do. Filling out those details, I think, will be the next step for us,
Yes.
to to be able to come out with a fully fleshed, detailed plan. And then I think for that long-term strategic community engagement plan, the conversation will be what does the scope of work look like, and what are some of those things that we need to discuss before we engage with a consultant to really help us to develop that plan and get to understand what are some of those best practices that we can be able to incorporate internally and also externally, because those are some of those areas that we'll need to make some improvements on.
So our next step basically would be us taking each quarter, how we divided it up in quarters, right? So we have the town hall meetings, neighborhood connect, Rockville roundup, and then actually finding, like you said, those underserved people that have never gotten a walking town hall meeting, that's never gotten, a focus group. So that's going to take us time to develop where the locations are, right? And then from there, that's how we'll involve you to let you know this is where we're looking at, this is what we're planning on doing, because part of this too included, there was some successful things I think that we did that if we would have took it a little further, could have been more effective. I don't know if you recall, the mayor and council at one time had a meet and greet for the new county executives. It was one of those fleeting thoughts, but in developing that, I was like, oh, okay, this is something that we can use for the community. It was at the mansion. And then different departments, the front-facing departments were represented. Those people who see potholes, DPW was there. Do you get it? So those are the type of things. I think that, again, I think we have what we need for Intrium. Now we just need to see how we're going to use this particular tool or vehicle, right? To at least create a plan to start servicing or engaging with that parts of the community that are not being seen. So that's when harmony will come in.
Thank you. I was also just going to, I love everything you said, and you're right. We have a lot of tools. There are things that we can reestablish. I think that staff did a fantastic job on the meet and greet with the new county council. We were able to frame them on what the issues were affecting Rockville and have conversations with them. I found them all very fruitful. I believe we had almost all the county council members come over. The other thing I wanted to raise is during COVID, the previous mayor did a video greeting on like key things to know. And I'm wondering if we could at least once a month or once a quarter do a 5 things to know on what's coming up video. That's something I kind of shared as an idea, and I can do it myself or I could do it with the city, but that's something that I do think that worked very well. It's a quick video statement, and we can just give a heads up on key events, key input opportunities, ways to engage with the city.
And Madam Mayor, as I had told you before, when we did that with the former mayor, I thought those were great, right? Because it was a message from you. And then, of course, my pie in the sky was, yes, you would do it every week because we would create a formula. You come in, we get the top 5 things. Then if there's one time so that it's not just the mayor, but it's the body. Then one time, maybe it's the mayor and Councilmember Jackson. I mean, that's not we can do that if it's organized. That's the key. So I have no problem with developing that, but we just have to make sure that we're consistent. And we have to make sure that if this is going to be done, we just got to be consistent. That's it. So, yes.
I will look to you on what frequency. I think perhaps once a month to start, and we can expand from there, but based on the capacity of the team. Councilmember Valeri.
I just had one question that popped in my head. Because the current model is this decentralized model of community engagement and outreach, where each department has, local control, right? Within, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Semino, is there any department that has a dedicated, full-time, dedicated, this is their job, community outreach and engagement person for that policy issue area.
I believe not.
Okay.
I believe everybody takes it on a type of issue. And a lot of there's people in certain divisions that are better and not. But I think they take it on each issue and try to supplement the team that's doing that issue with people to help out. But I don't think anybody has one person.
No, that would be another possible solution, but I do want to at least just raise with my colleagues, for everybody listening, that I would like to see a tangible investment into additional FTEs to do this work.
Clarification, doesn't the police department have a communications person? So PIO, there's a PIO and
Community has their own PIO, but I think she's talking about someone that's designed for community engagement. Normally what literally happens is they meet with Harmon, and then Harmon meets with us. And
Yes.
then that's how we get it done.
Yeah, but I think the police department, their PIO person also plans community outreach engagement events, for example, like their PIO person plans the movies in the parks, plans their community engagement day where they invite people to come to the department and, you know, talk about the function. So there are some departments, at least that one, that does that.
And they have
Yeah.
a couple of designated officers to actually be out in the community, and
That's
they're
right.
engaging with different events and people to the schools, and but at the same time, their functions are overlapping with their regular functions as policemen. So they respond to calls and so forth. So I think, you know, that's what we found out all through the organization, is that we are wearing different hats. And when it comes to engagement, we try to coordinate with the resources that we have and the talent, as Mr. Seminar mentioned a few minutes ago, that those who may be a little more crafty on the engagement part, they may take the lead in certain projects, and that is how we all work together, as Ms. Dansel mentioned a few minutes ago. So the collaboration happens, but it's, as mentioned before, you know, matter of capacities. We try to use the resources that we have to the best of our abilities to make sure that people are connected in different levels. Social media and outreach, face-to-face, visitations, knocking doors. Yeah, so we all multiply.
Thank you. The last thing I'll mention is, I wonder when people write into us if they're, as part of, we have someone dedicated to respond to resident inquiries, if they could also just encourage them to sign up for our wonderful weekly email, just so we can build that database. I don't know how many people are on that list, but I'm sure it could grow. And people reach out to us, so it just may be worth the city asking. I know we can't just add them, but asking if they want to be added, or at least follow up and share the link with them. Is that possible?
Yes, there are a lot of people who actually can, that's a great idea, but at the same time, there's a lot of individuals who have subscribed to all the different newsletters that the city have, and we'll have thousands of people who are subscribing through those different venues. That's another way we are getting to the community as well, because there's intersections of information that happens through all these communications as well.
So you're asking when someone emails the city and then whoever responds, because there's one person that just responds to everything, then of course, you know, PIO gets something. Are you saying like in a signature to say sign up for our e-newsletter?
Yeah, at the end, stay connected with the city, sign up for our newsletter.
So adding that, and this, adding that to the person's signature at the bottom could be sign up for our e-newsletters with the link.
Or maybe before they're sincerely, or before they're all the best, so it's not lost at the bottom, but something that is just standardly in there.
Like a standard line.
Yeah.
So create a standard line that calls to action people to
Yeah, if someone emails us from Kansas, right, no, but that happens sometimes. But if it's clear it's Rockville, I think that's a standard response.
Mayor and council members, I did want to add to Councilmember Valeri's comment about do we have somebody. While we don't, certain departments, and police, you gave an example already, they have found certain events that they've done have brought out lots of people. They had a Halloween one once that did a lot, and they've experimented with this. So police is probably out there on the fore more than others, but there's other departments that have done this. Public Works in their once a year equipment show has been tremendously popular because it puts kids, it puts neighbors next to the equipment, next to the people. So there have been success in outreach, not full-time with one person, but with certain events.
I think that's a valid point. Event-based outreach is just another channel, right? But that is an active channel where somebody has to come out to the event, and we're still not reaching the folks that, you know, are working multiple jobs, can't get out to event. Maybe they'd love to, and it just doesn't work out. And so I don't take away anything from then. There's a lot of hard work to put on those kind of events and any kind of event, but we have to look at beyond the you come to us sort of model. It's very much the model of community forum, right? You come to us, you tell us what's on your mind, you come speak to community forum. Well, that's going to work for those of us that had the privilege to keep coming every, you know, Monday night, well, back then, every Monday night to community forum. So I think it's just, I definitely don't want to negate the awesome events that are occurring. We just know if we keep doing the same thing, we're not going to actually increase the amount of people that we're reaching, which is why I think we're having this conversation to kind of brainstorm and kind of think through these things because of the feedback that a lot of us have been getting for a long time from various communities that just do not feel connected to the work that we're doing.
I just want to pause and see if staff needs any clarifying information from us. I know that you would like to coordinate with you on schedules and that we'll try to get at least the walking town
We'll
meeting
take it, move
started.
forward with the interim plan, and we really appreciate this conversation. I think it was very enlightening to see where you're coming from as a good starting point to that bigger plan, and we can move forward on the interim plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I just want to thank our staff. You know, for what you do with the staffing we have is incredible, and we really appreciate it. So I just want to pause and say thank you. Can we have IT come up, please, to help a council member? Thank you. All right, we are going to be transitioning to agenda item focus on consideration of the 2024 state legislation. We began this discussion at our previous meeting. Over the past month, council members have been going up to the state to testify on various bills. We also had a meeting scheduled with our delegation for D17, which is on the delegate side of our state legislators, and we're going to be meeting with our senator as well. So I want to thank Ms. Moran for helping us to have those touch points to foster those relationships. I'll note that I will also be in Annapolis 2 days this week on state matters, and I know some other folks are going to Advocacy Day as well. So I want to thank you for helping us to do all those things. So I want to see if you want to pause and start going through or give us an overview of the state legislative items that you'd like to discuss this evening, Ms. Moran.
Thank you so much, Mayor Ashton. It's a pleasure to help the mayor and council on their advocacy. Good evening. Yes, we're going to continue the discussion. Given the late hour, Mayor Ashton, there are two bills that were already discussed and staff provided a good bit of information. Would you prefer an overview, or would you like to go right into what staff is recommending on those two?
Thank you. So there are three key ones that are in the brief book on page 190 for the listening public. There's SB 484, Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. there's SB 537, the cannabis licensee locations and restrictions, as well as recommendations regarding environmental bills of interest to the Environment Commission and city staff. I want to maybe start out with a question.
Sure.
Okay, two questions. One is, I know that I'm hearing from being in Annapolis that there's going to be some revisions coming to the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, and so my question is, should we get into the nitty-gritty on this one tonight, or do you advise us to wait for the amendments to come back and there's another opportunity to provide input? If you could just give your expert opinion on that.
Thank you for your question. That was a very good one. So the House hearing took place last week. That was a packed hearing with 48 speakers. 45. Councilmember Shaw and I were there because she was testifying on another bill. So a lot of people were engaged on that bill. Most support with amendments. So the Senate hearing is coming up on the 1st of March, which is this Friday. So as you've been hearing, I've been in touch with MML, and our state lobbying team is online as well, that there are probably going to be considerable changes to the bill. And so the conversation is going to continue after the March 1st bill hearing. We did get input from MML. They gave some testimony on this bill, and they were talking about concerns about the new density requirements and will there be enough adequate public infrastructure to support the development, especially when it has to do with water and sewer. They also had concerns about the unreasonable requirements language, that it was vague and it needs clarification, and MML members were nervous about litigation. So that's kind of a quick overview of where MML is. The mayor and council could wait till after the March 1st hearing. On the Senate side, we can gather more information. I touched in with my MML colleague, the Director of Advocacy, today to see if there were any new updates, and there were not. And her indication was there would be additional conversation after the March 1st hearing. So it probably would be worthwhile. Staff would recommend for mayor and council to wait. We can gather more information and data, and we could come back with additional recommendations.
I appreciate that. I want to see what my colleagues think.
I think that's a good idea, but I have one clarifying question.
Yes, please go.
You just recapped what MML was saying about this bill, and I'm trying to reconcile the packet says that the league is advocating for reduced rail station distance, but the testimony that I think we saw did not reference that at all. So am I confusing two different bills on the Senate and the House side, or did that not make it into their testimony?
So they kept their testimony very broad. They didn't get, they have heard that concern about the distance from the rail station from their membership. But at this point, they chose to keep their testimony broad. I think they're quite aware that there's going to be a lot of ongoing conversations. And I think they want to, wait. Their initial conversations have been with the administration. Now that the bill has gone to the General Assembly, now, as MML says it, the power in the conversation is going to shift to the legislators. And I think they're kind of want to read the tea leaves and get a sense of what's viable. So while they only highlighted two, my understanding is that they're going to be trying to advocate for other amendments, including that one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry for opening that door. I
No,
still
that's
think it's
okay.
a good
I
idea.
appreciate it. Councilmember Van Graff.
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree. I think a pause right here. I think there's some conflict with some of the, both staff recommendations, what might be happening, and what we've heard from the community. And I think as we learned last time we were talking about this bill is a constant flux. And there's a lot of moving parts where I think different sections of the bill and the proposed amendments are potentially conflicting with other sections, and I think that's potentially part of the concerns that I'm hearing from MML as well. So I think, given those conflicting issues, I don't know that a broad recommendation or a broad advocacy position is in our best interest. So I think I agree with my colleagues that, at least for right now, a hold is a good path.
Thank you. I appreciate that, colleagues. And I should also, my opening comment was informed by, ran into the governor, ran into MML, just saying that they were hearing that there were updates, and then also heard from other folks who works with the governor's office saying that just based on things that there might be some edits coming forward that we're going to be seeing. And I think overall, we're very happy that the governor is getting very involved in trying to improve affordability, try to improve housing opportunity, but I know that it was, they knew it was a start, and I know they also testified as well, so, and heard feedback. So I'm looking forward to seeing the next iteration and tracking this. Councilmember Valeri.
I'm going to join the chorus of people saying, well, let's just hold on a tick, and because I was shocked by some of the feedback I heard from people that were like, well, I'm going to oppose this. Well, if we're not at that point yet, where things are still moving and language is still being negotiated, I don't know what you're opposing, because we don't know what the final bill that will actually get voted on is going to look like and how it can shift. And so it seems like, because this is like it is like an omnibus housing bill, with so many different components to it. I think that we've had the conversation is great, and maybe there's a point down the road where we have to maybe turn around a letter real fast, or there's some sort of like joint municipalities letter. I think it was good that we had this conversation, but I definitely would not be comfortable for the reason that I think things are still in flux. And to that point, when we were all up in Annapolis together, myself and Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Jackson, we had heard that that the cannabis regulations were in that same vein of things are being negotiated. So, and I feel bad because there's a lot of good information in this, and I think it's good for background. But again, without knowing exactly what that final bill text is going to look like, I would not be comfortable for that reason either. Like, I mean, and y'all know how I feel on it anyways, but it would be nice to kind of see where the negotiations land and then comment on that, because it could be a big shift, and we just don't know right now.
Thank you. And then the other two, there were two bills that we had already testified in the House across into the Senate. I had shared that I could do it one MML this Thursday and Friday. I think there were going to be hearings on the 29th and 1st, but if you could just let us know if that's still on schedule for the housing.
Are you talking about the renters bill?
The renters bill
bills
and
on
the
Thursday.
economic. Yes, so Thursday and Friday I'll be in Annapolis, so I can sign up and testify.
Okay, well, we can get that taken care of.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw.
For the renters bill, I was actually planning to testify and had coordinated with Linda in terms of testifying and had changed my schedule.
Okay, I thought last time we
For the
discussed you would do the House and I would do the
The
Senate.
Senate,
Yeah.
and then, but there is the other bill as well.
I would like to try and do those if possible, because I know you did the House and we talked about you doing the Senate.
Okay.
But let's talk.
Yeah, let's talk.
Maybe the timing could work out and we can split. And I think to move on to the other one, I think Councilman Van Grack had offered to do an environment testimony.
Yeah, and I was actually going to talk about the SB 785. I've actually been following the bill, talked about it with a number of the environmental commissioner individuals. I like what you said. I think you're right with regard to it following what Rockville has put forward with regard to our own climate action plan. As I understand it, it's still mirror. I did a little research on the bill. I think the dates that you have in the packet were flipped with regard to the hearing, because I think the Senate hearing is this upcoming on the 29th, and the House hearing is the one later in March.
I think you're right. My apologies on that one.
And I would note that because we've got a number of Montgomery County legislatures who've signed on to this bill, both on the House side and the Senate side. Just so, I'd ask my colleagues to the extent we can actually potentially get some testimony together this week. I'd like to be able to, and I know there's potentially some conflicting times, I'd be happy to testify if we can get something together with regard to the triple E or quadruple E Senate committee, if we can put something together. And my understanding is the House bill and the Senate bill there's not proposed amendments, they're still mirrored to each other.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if you're interested in testifying on SB 783, we can get that set up. Staff
Okay.
is prepared.
Yeah, and just to make sure, and you might want to double check, my math to make sure that,
The dates.
because I think the Senate's the 29th and the House is the one that's later on March 7th. I could be wrong on that, but at least that's what I found. So
I think
we'll have to
you're
double
right.
check our work.
We'll double check.
But yeah,
SB 783, just for the public to understand, renewable energy, net energy, metering, aggregation, solar renewable energy credits and taxes on solar energy generating. Just wanted to say the name so everyone knows
Yes.
the word
and,
soup we're saying.
and of course, staff is recommending a position of support which aligns with the Mayor and Council Climate Action Plan and Environment Commission goals.
So I mean, I'd love to engage a discussion. I mean, I'd move for us moving forward to potentially draft some legislative language, but obviously I'd open up for the body for a discussion.
I think that is very consistent with what we've done with the Environment Commission and the goals we've set in the Climate Action Plan. If someone let's make a motion that Councilman Van Grack will work on a letter with Ms. Moran and potentially testify if the dates work out.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. Perfect.
On the issue of environmental bills, it just struck me literally just a second. When we were at the Montgomery County chapter of the Maryland Municipal League meeting, where all the legislators were kind of giving their, this is what I want to work on, blah, blah, blah. There was one that stuck in my head, and it does overlap with the Environment Commission, and that was around the sale of invasive bamboo. I believe it was, I can't remember the name of the legislator now. It was Delegate Chi, and then there was one that Delegate Foley was, I almost said first name, was also pushing, and they were around invasive species. I can double check through my notes, I just don't have them here, but again, as part of, it is part of the Climate Action Plan as well to, support any effort to eliminate invasive species that are crowding out our native plants. So if I find that, I can share it with you, Ms. Moran.
You're talking about House Bill 979 and Senate Bill 915. That's where they're talking about the invasive species with regard to.
Was it invasive bamboo? Because there was one that was specifically on bamboo, and then there was a broader one.
So the one I'm talking about is the more broader one.
Can I just pause and say, just because of the hour, can we do
Sorry.
research on that and get back? And I know that in the past, we worked, to be able to, if there's anything that comes up, I worked with Linda to craft testimony. She sent it out to all of you to make sure you agreed.
Yes.
Is that okay that we continued on that path?
That's totally fine.
My
I'm sorry,
colleagues-
Linda.
No.
I'm sorry, everybody.
But if we could then get back, that's one of interest, if we could get more information on that. Okay. Is there anything else from the Environment Commission? I know we did salt.
There's one, I think there's one that I know that we were talking about, I was talking about with Ms. Moran. What is it, 1055? Is that the one?
Yes, actually, thank you for bringing that up. That's Delegate Chi's salt bill that talks about reporting of salt use on all roads in cities and counties and also per lane. That was an instance where a bill of interest that aligns with the Mayor and Council goals came up in between the meetings. Staff worked with Mayor Ashton to put together testimony. She reviewed it and then she shared it with colleagues. And due to the deadlines to get in on the record, the testimony was submitted last Friday. But the Mayor and Council did go on record. And thank you to the Mayor and Council for granting that authority for those kind of situations that when they come up, staff and the council can work together.
And thank you for finding it and making sure that we could get it in time as well.
Pleasure.
I have one other thing. So in support of our delegation, I think that we met with D17, and there were a couple of things on the delegate side, a couple of things that came up. One is the financial literacy bill that Delegate Ryan Spiegel is working on. It's the Maryland Financial Empowerment Center Network pilot program, House Bill 815, where I'm interested in being able to know when there's a public hearing on that and when we can support that. The city of Rockville has supported financial literacy for underrepresented communities, and this would allow that, and Gaithersburg has one as well. This will allow that to happen statewide. So that is something that I know that you pulled, that the state delegation is working on, and I'd like to see if we could track and, if needed, testify or submit letter of support on that.
Yes, we're tracking it. I'm going to ask Pam Casemeyer or Christine Crone. As of late last week, the bill did not have a hearing. That's Delegate Spiegel's bill. But Pam or Christine, do you know if that bill has a hearing yet?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. The House hearing is March 6th in the Appropriations Committee.
So just a question for my colleagues. Are you all comfortable with us submitting support for that? And if so, I'd entertain a motion.
I would move with regard to Delegate Spiegel's bill. I think he explained it well. I think it's something that fosters and continues what the cities look for. So I would make a motion that we look to draft a letter of support and see if we can get a colleague to testify if possible.
And I'm happy to help with the letter.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Okay. The other one was related to, I didn't see it on the list, but the Delegate Joe Vogel has one that relates to hate speech and implementing a timeline by which people have to remove hate speech so it doesn't hurt the community. I didn't see the number there, but I know that he mentioned it during our meeting last week, and I'd like to see if we can support that. Councilmember Miles.
Do we have a bill number or something?
That's what I'm asking if
Okay. I don't have
Brian
the
can get it for us.
bill number off the top of my head. Ms. Crone, do you happen to have that bill number?
The bill number is House Bill 699, Criminal Law, Hate Crimes, Notice and Removal of Item or Symbol, otherwise known as Hate Crimes Graffiti Removal Act. The hearing was February 20th in the House, but there is a Senate cross-file that's also been heard.
So at this point, it wouldn't be testifying, but offering a letter of support. Is that okay? Would my colleagues support that?
I apologize. What's the bill number again? I just wanted to look it up and take a quick peek at it. Sounds reasonable, but just having.
Ms. Crone, could you repeat that bill number? I think it was HB 699.
It's HB 699, and the Senate bill is 650. And I think it's important to note that the Senate bill is actually sponsored by Senator Kate.
Madam Mayor, I would want to read it first, and seeing as this is the first time I've heard the bill number. I mean, I can skim it real fast, but I just want to ensure, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. So why don't we treat it as the other ones? We'll share information about it, and you've delegated authority to me to draft letters, and if we're all good, then we can support it. We're good? Okay. The other one is relating, because again, we met with 3 of our delegates last week. Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, House Bill 344 establishes the Vision Zero Commission. We are trying, and I've heard this, that there's a Vision Zero plan that the state has, and they're working on trying to change the culture to be more Vision Zero at the state level. I'm very excited to see that we got the changes we got on Veers Mill, but I do think a Vision Zero state level commission would be helpful in shifting the culture as well as supporting Vision Zero across the state of Maryland. This is House Bill 344. And I just was it going to the Senate, right?
Okay, yeah, my understanding is I believe we supported and testified in support of that.
Right, but what about on the Senate side?
The Senate, not yet. Christine, do you have the Senate bill hearing for us, please?
The Senate bill hearing was February 13th.
Oh, February 13th.
Okay, so then we'll just stick with the House submission at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would like to clarify real quick that we did submit it on the Senate side as well.
Oh, perfect.
Submitted letters
so
in both
submitted
the House
both
and
sides.
Senate.
And I think in general, if we're submitting on the House, even if we're not testifying, submit on the Senate.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
common practice. Yes.
Okay,
Thank-
all right. Thank you. Those are my comments. Is there anything else that we did not discuss that you would like to?
Yes, just real quick. This House Bill 601 SB 442. This is street racing and exhibition driving. This bill increases the penalties and points assessments for violations related to participation in racing or speed contests. The bill also establishes a statewide prohibition on exhibition driving on any highway or private property that is used for driving by the public. By expanding application of an existing provision, the bill establishes a statewide prohibition on exhibition driving, racing, and other related activities in a special event zone. So according to the Rockville Police Department, we did a little bit of digging, and thanks to Councilmember Jackson, he brought this bill to our attention. He had reported knowing of at least one meetup that recently happened in King Farm. So staff did some digging, and we did some checking with the police department, and they were aware of one other meetup event recently that happened on East Goody Drive. So the chief did note that this is probably more of a Montgomery County problem, but it does have some impact in Rockville. And since there has been some impact, the chief noted that he was supportive of this bill because it gives more tools to the police officers and public safety to deal with what is becoming, I guess, an increasing occurrence in the region. So staff was recommending a position of support for the mayor and council to consider.
Thank you. Just two comments, and you're going to make the motion?
Oh, no,
Okay.
I was just going to add to it.
Okay, all right. Two comments are, one, in Silver Spring, it's happened a couple times. It recently happened in Tacoma Park. And there are a variety of issues. One is sometimes they're spinning and get very close to pedestrians or people who are standing around. That could be very dangerous. Two is when the streets are shut down, there's no in and out. Like, you cannot penetrate. So if someone is living in one of those multifamily buildings, it tends to be, we've seen them in some places where it's in more urban centers of places, then people may not be able to be rescued. So that is beyond, the noise and things. There could be some public health impacts there. Councilmember Jackson.
No, thank you, Mayor. No, I brought it up because, number one, everything you said is true. But number two, the county council has actually unanimously endorsed the bill as well. So it just made sense to me.
Thank you. You going to raise the motion, or you have a comment?
Well, I was going to raise the motion, but also adding, I think it's important to note that while it might not be as big an issue in Rockville, two members of the District 17 delegation, Delegate Vogel and Delegate Palakovich-Carr, have both sponsored this bill. So I think it's an issue that at least might be creeping into Rockville, and it exists. So I would make a motion that we support this, and maybe Councilmember Jackson could help the city with regard to putting together the initial draft of the testimony.
So you've been nominated. Do you accept?
I do.
Okay. Would you like to second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Moran. Thank you to our firm who's helping. Is there anything else that you would like to raise?
Very briefly, I'll just make a quick mention that under the authority granted by the mayor and council, the mayor and council did submit testimony in time for the bill hearing tomorrow on HB 1306, administration and amusement tax, food and beverages. And that's a revenue tool that can help municipalities capture a little bit more revenue from this tax that are paid by certain establishments. So that's an MML priority. It was a mayor and council endorsed priority, and the city put in testimony of support. So I wanted to mention that. And then something very brief, and Director Woods and I believe Brian Barnett Woods are online. After the brief book went out, we learned of an opportunity. This is relating to written comments on the WMATA proposed FY25 CIP, and those written comments would be due on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. And Public Works went through the draft CIP and identify some areas of impact for city, generally relating to service reductions to Metro Rail and Metro Bus that are a bit concerning. And we sent an email on Friday and included some of these points. I'm going to ask Director Woods or Mr. Brian Barnett Woods if they wanted to say a few comments about some of the advocacy points.
Thank you very much. I know there's 2 bus lines that are proposed to be removed from Rockville, and I fully support testifying, but let's hear.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. This is Jim Woods. Can you hear me okay?
No, we can't. It sounds very low.
Sorry, I'll try to speak up. Can you hear me better now?
It's about 10% better. It sounds like we could hear you talking through your headset, but it's not near you for some reason. I don't know, maybe canceled the Bluetooth.
About now.
No. But why don't you go ahead and then I'll just, for the listening public, try to quickly summarize.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out a couple of comments. Linda already covered it fairly well. We identified a couple of service cuts that we wanted to.
It's getting worse. And I know if we can't hear it, then I'm sure that people who are listening on TV can't. I'm sorry.
About now.
What? No. While you're, maybe just give you a second to fix the audio. I don't know if IT can help, but there is the T2 line that is at risk. That's proposed to be eliminated. So that is one. I know there's also at least one other, but the T2, if that's eliminated, there's like 5 or 6 different lines that they're proposing to make up the service, but I still question the ability of people to get to said service. And then there's another one that is really more, it says Bethesda Silver Spring line, routes J1 and J2, that would at least get to Rockville Pike. So that's just another one. Mr. Woods, are you able to speak now? I'm trying to buy time for you.
Let me try now. Is that better?
No. What I'd say is, while you're working, Mr.
We have
Cimino.
written comments that Linda can summarize from the written comments.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about the technical difficulties. So, Mayor Ashton, you were right about the T2 line. That's something that's on the list here. Another item is to keep the after midnight service routes for C2 and C4 between the Twin Brook Metro and the Greenbelt Metro. Staff is noting this is important service for safety and equity. City also has concerns about decreasing Metro bus service hours by approximately 33% in, I'm assuming, is Montgomery and Prince George's County, increasing the time between trains serving across the system, turnbacks on the Red Line and the Silver Line, the closure of 10 stations, they're not listed here, and a 10 p.m. daily closing time across the system. So this represents major cutbacks and should be reevaluated. That's very significant. Reconsider the proposal to have the Red Line trains turned back at Silver Spring, resulting in 15-minute headways between Shady Grove and Glenmont on weekdays and 20-minute headways on weekends and holidays. Also reconsider the proposed reduction to 13 trains at rush hour. And the last item on their list was the city wanted to request funding for the improvements necessary to open the Twin Brook Station Tunnel 24 hours as an important safety and equity measure. So that encapsulates the major points that staff.
Thank you very much. I know in the past we've had to fight the turnback in Rockville.
Right.
Can you just clarify, are they planning to cut that, or is that more along the Silver Spring side? Just want to make sure we're very clear that we do not want that.
Turn back at, so I'm going to need to.
We used to turn back at Grosvenor, and then we fought to get it to go all the way to Shady Grove. I just want to be very clear. If that is in the proposal, then we strongly want that at the top. That cannot happen.
Right. Absolutely. I would like to follow up with Public Works staff. I'm hopeful this isn't the same thing, but staff hears you loud and clear that if they're trying to sneak that one back in, that the mayor and council would want to strongly advocate in opposition to that.
I just don't want them to, like, no one said anything about
Strongly.
it.
Yeah, no,
So
like
that's
super
an issue.
strongly.
And then I would put the T2 at the top as well. I actually heard from some some business owners and workers today who said that would be a big hardship for them to get to work and for employees to get to work. So I was chance meeting today that just happened and we were talking about this, but I just wanted to share that personal experience that it's not just a service issue, it's, equity, it's supporting businesses. With that said, I will note that WMATA, I want to thank our governor for approving the funding for WMATA. I wish all areas of jurisdictions would do the same at the level it needs. And I know that's an issue for them. But they said that they had $90 million in savings that they're applying to this year, plus they're having to make $50 million in cuts. So this is what's happening and why. And in addition to this, just for listening public, they're also proposing some fare increases as well. So they're trying to be moderate in those, but it is still something that people will have to grapple with. So there's an opportunity for people. We will, as a city, will speak up, but residents can also speak up. And reaching out to WMATA, there's a series of public hearings this week. There's one today, there's one tomorrow, there's one on Wednesday and Thursday. So just want to make sure people are aware of their opportunity to share their input. Councilmember Valeri.
I think it would be important to note in whatever testimony, and maybe this is something that Mr. Woods was going to say, so I apologize if I'm stepping on your line. This is on top of the cuts they already made. So this is in addition, they've already cut service on some of the so-called side street routes, right? Which actually take people kind of out of the residential areas, but to other areas within the city. I can speak from my own experience of the bus from Rockville Metro to where my in-person job, our office was, that was cut to essentially 2 or 3 buses a day, and then I think they're looking at eliminating that. And again, the people that are most affected are people that don't have other modes of transportation. So it might be helpful to see, hey, we've already made a lot of sacrifices, and now you're adding on top of that. And frankly, I think it's just an excuse sometimes with WMATA, but I'd like to be wrong on that.
Madam Mayor, if I could, the Silver Spring turnback is on the red line. It's similar to the Grosvenor, but it's going in the opposite direction. Half the trains turn back at Silver Spring Station, which means the 3 ending stations, Glenmont, Wheaton, and Forest Glen, receive service reductions. So it'll affect our people who are coming on the red line and want to go through. Every other train will turn around if they're going through those 3 far stations.
And people may be working someplace else and working in Rockville and living, or vice versa. So that's an issue. But I do want to make sure.
It's not Grosvenor.
Yeah, even though it doesn't say Grosvenor, I want to say maintain Grosvenor. Because we've had that slip before, so I want to make sure that we're fully supporting that. Did we fix the audio for Mr. Woods?
They're just teasing us.
Try one more time.
Oh, Jim. We appreciate the effort, I promise. Thank you so much. We need to, I'm happy to work with anyone, or if anyone wants to take this one, I'm happy to, or have a council member take it. I do think we should write a letter on this regard. Okay, so Councilmember Valeri and I will work on this letter, and I would need a motion so that we can act on the mayor and council's behalf. Councilmember Fulton, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to have Councilmember Valeri and the mayor work on a letter to advance the positions just discussed with respect to WMATA.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. We
Pleasure.
appreciate, I know there are a lot of bills to watch, and we really appreciate all the efforts on this.
It's our pleasure, and thank you to the Mayor and Council for being so engaged and for being such strong advocates for the Rockville residents and community. It really makes a difference.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. All right. So now we move on to the mock agenda. I know I spoke to Mr. Simoneau. There are a lot of consent agenda items next week. I think that'll be okay. I don't know how long they'll be, but I just wanted to flag if there are possibilities to smooth things out, that's always great. But anything that my colleagues want to say about next week's agenda? Councilmember Shaw.
So this is not next week's agenda. This is just to be added to the 90-day list.
Yes, can we take that onto old new business?
Oh, it was shared with me that that should actually switch to mock agenda. I'm fine to do old.
Okay, so I know a 90-day is not on the agenda, right? Right, I think that we should take it under old new business to discuss 90-day. Okay, the mock agenda is really item A, and that's anything for next week, and then we'll move to old new business to make sure that you have an opportunity. It's coming up just in a second. But anything else for next week? Good? Okay. Let's move to old new business. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have received around 65 emails from residents across the city asking us to pass rent stabilization. I think we should have a conversation about rent stabilization. I think we should learn about rent stabilization, look what other cities are doing, and just take the time to have a discussion within a 90-day period. Hear from more renters, landlords, folks in the community, their thoughts on rent stabilization. And then also just take that opportunity to also look at data and also to make a decision together on next steps. And so I'm asking that we can add that to our 90-day.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack.
I would like to echo that sentiment and even go a little bit further. I think that we heard from a lot of people today, and they were talking about affordability. And I think we've got an affordable housing issue in Rockville. And I think, rent stabilization is certainly can be part of that conversation. And I think that looking at some of the data and putting on the 90-day calendar, a discussion of how we can help the Rockville citizens with regard to what we heard today and what we've been receiving in email. And so I would support having a discussion. I'd love to see some information that with data from staff, like Councilmember Shaw was saying, and I think we need to hear of the things that we might be able to do.
Thank you. I did want to note that the mayor and council have talked about housing being one of the key priorities. I think the strategic planning retreat is a place that we also need to dig deep on what does that look like and all the elements to it. So I agree that we do need to have a housing affordability discussion. I would also like to have maybe there needs to be a housing work session, right? Because we have to look at it from the perspective of affordability. We need to look at quality and we need to look at quantity. I know that my colleagues have been seeing several emails from me on a variety of topics related to housing. And so I agree with the idea that we need to have a deep discussion on housing and what are we doing on those three elements. Councilmember Valeri, Councilmember Miles.
So I agree. This is a critically important issue. I would like to make it more of an ordinance around renters' rights and reforms that are necessary, because I don't think that stabilization alone is not going to solve some of the issues, like looking at the hidden fees that pop up, looking at some of like the truth in advertising. Like you see rent starting at X amount, and it's actually, well, that's before all these necessary fees. So having that kind of transparency, I think we need to have real talk about what happens if you are acting in bad faith and you are a landlord or a property manager, and what does that look like? So I think, and this is in no way deflecting on this issue, I think we can do more than just rent stabilization. And so I think that does get to the crux of the issue, like connecting people to rental assistance and codifying all of this as a package of actual reforms or as actually enforcement. So I'm cool with it going on 90-day. I would like to frame it at be not just stabilization or talking about rental rates, but looking at stabilization in addition to transparency, in addition to, bad faith actors, putting all these sort of things together, in addition to the funding that we have for rental assistance and what does that need to look like. And so that's kind of the approach that I'd like to take.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question of the city manager? So for the strategic planning retreat, I know that there are a variety of topics we've talked about: public safety, economic development, housing, community engagement. Will the facilitator help to dig deep on what is under each house? So that, because as my colleagues have said, there is, what people are paying. There's transparency, right? Like, there are so many areas of consumer buying and consumer spending that people can compare, and they can see what their options are, right? And right now, people cannot see what the history of increases are. People cannot see what the history of fees are. I know the White House has been looking at fees in general. There's discussions on, can we evolve the REAP program? There are a number of elements under affordability and supporting people who are residents in Rockville. But just for clarification, will the facilitator be helping to look at what are the nuggets under each of the categories so that we can map out a framework for the next several months and years to come?
Yes, Michelle expects to get us a proposal in the next few days that we'll share with the mayor and council. We did have a meeting with her, and the goal would be to, one, agree on those focus areas: public safety, affordable housing, et cetera, and then to map out the 2 to 4 goals or priority initiatives under each focus area. If there's time through the day, that would be the ideal goal at the end of the day. All the focus areas plus those priorities initiatives under each one that the mayor and council think are most important.
So just a question for my colleagues. I think that if housing is going to be one of those, then I know various folks have raised elements of it, but we'll have to prioritize what to do. And I know I've raised questions about REAP, the MPD program, home ownership. There's how we are engaging with landlords who are, we're hearing concerns about. And there are landlords also who have recently moved into the city. Are we giving them the welcome and to let them know how we work? So I think there are a variety of things that we need to really hone in on and have a deep discussion at the strategic planning retreat, and that would be within 90 days, and then we can also map out more public discussions based on that discussion. How do we tackle those throughout the year? Okay. Councilmember Miles, Councilmember Fulton, Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as we have discussed, there's a lot that goes into keep making sure that people have a roof over their heads, one that they can afford. I do also recognize that we probably should start somewhere. I think rent stabilization sounds as good as anywhere to start to begin that discussion. Given Councilmember Shaw's working with Rockville Housing Enterprises as liaison currently, I'd like to make a motion that formally have her work with staff on the rent stabilization piece that will be brought before us and added to the 90-day plan.
Councilmember Fulton.
I wanted to echo, I think, Councilmember Van Grack's idea. Like, yes, we heard from the public and we need to be responsive to that. So we should be talking, and we should be talking soon about housing as a big picture issue. We also mentioned earlier in this meeting, I think Councilmember Van Grack mentioned, every person up here said community safety is a primary issue. We all said that. So we should also be having a work session soon and in a timely fashion on the other things that we said were our priorities. Madam Mayor, I like that you mentioned the strategic planning session. It's important to me. I have found that it is beneficial to have a big picture, overarching set of priorities and strategy, then get to tactics. So I'm very supportive of having a work session on housing, as I am all of the things we said for priorities. but I would not single out one particular tactic without looking holistically at everything we have to deal with.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
So one of the things I've been hearing from community members, particularly from renters, is that oftentimes within conversations of just general affordable housing, rent stabilization or housing stability for renters is lost in the conversation. And I do want to be responsive to the several community members who do need rent stabilization throughout our city. Also recognizing that we are a city in the middle of a county that did just pass rent stabilization. Also want to note that rent stabilization is what you make of it. The county's bill, for an example, does include fees. That's what they're actually addressing right now throughout the regulations. That's actually a huge part of rent stabilization. So that would include fees. It would basically include anything that we make of it as this. And this was one of the reasons why I wanted to have a session on rent stabilization, because you would learn about the different examples throughout the country that are dealing with providing housing stability for cities like ourselves that have a growing renter population. So asking for a conversation on rent stabilization wouldn't preclude us talking about the several other issues around housing, around affordable housing. But I'm asking that we start with rent stabilization, considering what the community has shared with us. I received 65 emails in 1 week. I don't think there has been that many emails on one issue. And I am also concerned, yesterday we received an email from someone talking about facing a 70% increase. This is about paying next month's rent. And the affordability is more long-term. And this is one of the reasons why renters have shared with me that the conversation about affordable housing often does not include renters and what they're facing. And this is why, in a response to the community outpour, that we focus on rent stabilization for one conversation, or to start. And we could also schedule some other conversations. I would like to talk about zoning. I would like to talk about MPDUs. But I'm based on the community response in terms of what we focus on in housing, I've heard most about rent stabilization.
Thank you. Councilmember Valeri.
I can completely appreciate where you're coming from, Councilmember Shaw. I think you are applying a lens that rent stabilization is going to get lost with this city council because you saw it in other jurisdictions, which completely sells us all short. I think that we can do what needs to be done to stabilize rent, and it is going to be a panoply of various issues. If we did any sort of work session, I would want to hear more actual lived experiences. I replied to every single email that I received. I have now 12 different stories, many from Twin Brook. I would like to hear more like that. But these are also individuals that are struggling with other things. So if we're looking at rent stabilization and we're not looking at trying to expand or invest more in our rental assistance program, what are we doing for folks who are having, and I know you'll rejoin around this, what are we actually doing right in this moment as it has to get implemented? Because right now we don't know what the Montgomery County regulation is going to look like either. We don't know the exact language because it's not being promulgated until March. So we're basing our conversation on something that we don't have the language in front of us, so we can't see how we could complement it or maybe do better, right? Because again, the default here is like, well, the county did something. The county does a lot of stuff, and I think we can do a lot of stuff better. No offense, anyone from the county listening right now. But the other thing is, and I hear what you're saying around housing affordability, because I've seen the tension, right? But housing affordability and increasing MPDUs, that we can do something about that with every development that comes forward. And I believe, and I could be mistaken, I may have been the only person that when we were talking about the last development review, I specifically made the point about MPDUs. And if we are cool with less density, then, sorry, Madam Mayor did as well. I should have known. But I mean, that's a huge issue. And I would like to see more of us bring that up when developments come forward and say, look, if we build more, then we'll have more affordable units. But that's happening right now, and we all need to do that work. So I appreciate what you're saying. I want to more fully fund rental assistance. I know that Madam Mayor sent some information out around that, but I think we're entering into a budget season. If we're not thinking through that now, that is an actual lost opportunity. So that's kind of where I'm thinking.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just note that I would like to see if we could do something on housing affordability at our strategic planning session and list out the things. I know that several of us have mentioned various elements of affordability, rent stabilization, MPDUs, the REAP program, homeownership program, and we need to take them holistically. We also are trying to do things on permitting to help expedite the process for new housing. So I think that we need to have a discussion. I will also say the county is having discussions about the regulations, which are not done yet. If you look at the county timeline, they have a rent stabilization timeline. It has several items listed, and they've said they've covered the first 4. I think there are things that we can learn from what they're doing, and then have a broader conversation in the city. Councilman Shaw. Oh, and sorry, Councilman Shaw and Councilman Miles.
So, I do appreciate the community engagement with renters. I have had a lot of community engagement with renters over years' time, and will share that the concern with the REAP program and us focusing on it is that, I really want us to look at the cause and not necessarily focus on, we do want to focus on the REAP program, but I think it's also more important for us to look at the cause and ensure that people are not getting into the eviction system. I took a day off of work and spent the day in rent court a few weeks back, and talking to renters there. These are some of the most vulnerable folks in our community. And something that was shared with me is the desire for rent stabilization and working to prevent folks to get in the eviction system, I think is an important part of what we should be doing and what we should be focusing on. I will also say we do have a pretty good idea of what the county bill is going to look like. Comments end March 1st. And one of the things that I did note in the email prior to having a conversation on rent stabilization was looking at the county bill, and it is slated to be finished way before the 90 days. So that was, and we could look at other jurisdictions as well. But I just wanted to share that. But again, talking about rent stabilization, having a conversation on rent stabilization in response to community does not preclude us talking about other issues around affordable housing. I just want to just share again what I'm hearing from several tenants is that, this issue of us generalizing affordable housing is in a lot of ways can be harmful instead of focusing on like next month's rent. And so I just think that is a good place to start based on the responses we are hearing. Again, doesn't preclude other conversations. We should have a lot of conversations on affordable housing.
I totally agree, and that's why I talked about outlining what that subset would be under the strategic planning session, because many of us have raised different aspects of it. Councilmember Miles, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to summarize where we're at. So we're cool with the 90-day discussion?
No, I think we discussed,
What we're doing?
some people want 90 days, some people are talking about let's have the housing discussion first as part of our strategic planning session, come together as a body. I know it's 11 o'clock at night.
So I'm glad I asked the question because I'm confused too. And the second thing is I made a motion to have our colleague work on the rent stabilization piece. I don't think that went anywhere either, but I just wanted to clarify where we're at because it is getting late.
Correct.
That's all.
Councilmember Valeri, it didn't have a second. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have a second. So then I would move for us to have a housing availability strategic planning session. And I wouldn't do it in the next 90 days. I would do it like ASAP, so that we can even get to that point. That's not to preclude assistance right now, because no matter what we do with rental reforms and stabilization, there's going to be a lag time. I mean, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but we could actually get people assistance sooner. So that's what I moved for, a housing availability strategic planning session in the next
We have a session scheduled.
30. We do have?
Yeah.
Oh, then never mind. Sorry.
But you can say have that larger discussion.
Have that larger discussion. That would be my motion.
Councilmember Fulton.
Second.
So we'll move to discussion at this point. There's been motions
sorry.
are made and seconded. Discussion.
Okay. I'll just I was going to make another motion.
We have to deal with this one first. It's been seconded, and you can discuss it, and then we'll take a vote on this motion, and then so that's the order of which will happen.
Okay, can I just get a clarification from Councilmember Valeri? Can you clarify what you're asking for? I mean, you use, I think, the phrase housing availability or affordability. Could you clarify what that encompasses? I mean, does that encompass the issues that we've talked about, affordable housing? Does that encompass rent stabilization? Does that encompass the issues with regard to rental rights? Does that encompass the issues that we're talking about, making sure that MPDUs, making sure that we've got affordable housing in addition, but we're also talking about rent stabilization. We're also talking about, so exactly. Your motion is talking about all these things. I want to make sure that what we're talking about, just as Councilmember Shaw said, I don't want these issues to get lost in the ether or glossed over.
Yeah, this is a holistic discussion. Yeah. That includes all the elements, and I know that various people have mentioned. So, Councilmember Shaw, now to you.
I believe we just need 2 people to add to the 90-day agenda, and so I want to make a motion.
Well, wait a minute. We have to deal with this motion first before any other motions are made. This has been made and seconded. Okay, so a motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Did I get clarity for you, by the way?
No,
I'm sorry, it's late,
you
and I had
answered my question. I just wanted to make sure, especially given the concerns from Councilmember Shaw, I just wanted to make sure. So yes,
We
thank
have
you.
a discussion item.
Well, I was just gonna say, because I haven't weighed in yet, and I was quiet, but in case anybody is still watching now, I would say, the fact that Councilman Van Grack clarified what the motion is, I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of having a broad discussion and really digging into the data about what we can do about housing and affordability. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Thank you. I support that. And again, we will discuss all the elements that everyone has raised on the dais up here today so that we can discuss the strategic planning session, how we map that out, and how we tackle this over time. And then we can also, at the strategic planning session, really talk about the level of data we'd like to get. But I think in the meantime, I talked to the city manager. I know that you are beginning to pull together information for us as part of the strategic planning session. Is that right?
That is correct. Can I clarify if the motion is to do this
at the strategic planning
session?
At the
street, thank you.
Yes. All right. A motion's been made and seconded. There was discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. And Councilmember Miles made the initial motion. That one failed. It didn't have a second. So we are currently proceeding to have this as part of the strategic planning session. Any other discussion?
So to add something to the 90-day agenda, I believe requires 2 votes. And so I am asking that we do add rent stabilization to the 90-day agenda.
So our colleagues have weighed in that we are including it as part of our strategic planning session.
And I'm asking that it needs its own agenda item. And I just need,
Can we have the city attorney's office weigh in here? There was a motion made, it was not seconded. There was a second motion made in an approach that got votes. Can you just clarify the process? I think Cindy's on the line. Cindy
Yes,
Walters.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am on the line. I'm unclear what you're asking. Can you clarify?
Yeah.
Can you state your question again, please?
There was a motion made to have a singular topic come on 90-day. There was a discussion made to have the approach of housing affordability, including all the elements that my colleagues have raised at the strategic planning session, and then a follow-up on outlining a series of work sessions related to those topics. So that was the approach that was just voted on and approved. And the question is, can someone now go back to the original motion to put it on 90-day?
that's not what. Can I?
Yes.
Just to clarify, sometimes we have several discussions on one particular topic. What I'm asking, based on the rules, that as far as I understand, that you need 2 votes to add something to the 90 days agenda item.
Councilmember, Cindy, can you also just weigh in, given that there was a motion made on that, no one seconded, and then we took an approach, and then after Cindy weighs in, Dr. Miles, I see your hand.
But it appears to me that you had a motion that was seconded and that passed. Is that not correct?
Correct.
It was a separate one.
I mean,
So can someone go back to the original idea after the second motion passed on the approach that we're all going to take?
It doesn't make sense that you would go back to the original idea if it's regarding the same issue or the same topic, I guess.
Thank you.
As best I understand it.
Stand by, we'll need more help. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, ma'am. My original motion was to have Councilmember Shaw work as a liaison on rent stabilization. It was not about 90 days.
You said 90-day. I thought I heard you say 90 days.
It was about her working as a liaison for rent stabilization.
I heard 90-day, but go ahead.
Just for a clarifying question, to work as a liaison to what?
So to work closely with staff. As an example, back in 2019, I was a member of, prior to my coming on, I was a member of Mayor and Council that worked with staff to draft things that had to do with like filling vacant seats. And this council member did this on their own and brought it to the
But no, the filling of
council.
vacancies was also part of that was out of a report, if I recall correctly. The boards.
This is before the report.
That was before the report?
Before the report.
I mean, I just don't see a precedent for it. And actually to go back to it, because it would be something that I would love to work on. I'm sure there are other people that would, because we should all have that ability.
Yeah.
I just think there procedurally, there's
So what
some
was problematic
oddness.
about that approach is that they did it without other people knowing. So this would formalize the process.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They did it with, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hence why I made the motion.
No. And I appreciate that kind of transparency. I mean, I don't know. I defer to Madam Mayor. I don't necessarily, I like the transparency. I think that there are many people that could probably give good feedback on it. But in addition to that, I mean, staff having the expertise in the city code as well and deferring to, their expertise. And I wouldn't want to undermine that. But this does beg the question generally about how we get things put on the agenda, what this process is going to look like, and any sort of clarity, because I was confused coming into this meeting. I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you. So I think the body has weighed in on an approach to tackle the discussion on including rent stabilization, housing affordability, renters' rights, MPDUs, to have that be a part of holistic discussion at the strategic planning session, and then to come from that and map out a series of action plans to tackle those topics based on that meeting. So I think that the body has weighed in on an approach, and we should move forward in that direction. That's what I'm hearing from the city attorney. I think we are trying to be respectful of everything we have all raised, and be responsive to the community. That meeting is scheduled in March. So I think that's what we should proceed on. There will be other discussions following that meeting, and an opportunity to flesh out each topic further. But the body has decided to have a holistic discussion that includes various elements that everyone has shared today.
Madam Mayor.
Sure.
I did just want to clarify, it does take a long time to actually discuss rent stabilization. It won't be done within one discussion. And so, and so one of the things that I did want to do is, again, just add this discussion to the 90-day agenda, as this was one of the most important parts of affordable housing. And Ms. Walters, if you're still on, I just wanted to confirm this is not, this does not preclude our general discussion. This is a separate, independent motion that I'm making. And as I recall, you need 2 people to add it to the 90-day agenda.
The
And
challenge, I think, is that the body has weighed in on an approach, and that is the approach that the body went forward with. And to note that we will come out of that strategic planning session with discussion on the various elements of affordable housing. So this is potentially jumping over all the things that everyone said and wanting to have a holistic discussion first, and then come out of that meeting mapping out timelines and approach for the elements discussed at the strategic planning meeting.
And the, okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say for the record, I would support it being on the 90-day. I think we did have a discussion in our retreat about how to add things. I thought we said we're not changing the threshold. I was in favor of changing it, but I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but I just want to be on the record as supporting it being on 90-day. That's all.
I also
Councilmember Valeri.
I actually have what I think might be a solution to solve this problem. I could make a motion, or I will make a motion to outline the various components of renter reforms and put that on the 90-day agenda schedule. If everyone agrees with that, then we can have individual items and just put each individual issue area on the 90-day agenda.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Shaw.
I, with all due respect, Councilmember Valeri, I don't agree with that approach in terms of, what I do want to go back to is just adding rent stabilization to the 90-day. As I recall, you just need 2 people. I appreciate I appreciate Councilmember Miles adding it. I also wish to add it. Based on what we decided, it requires 2 votes.
So I think that the body has discussed an approach to this topic. I welcome the feedback from the city attorney.
Madam Mayor and Madam Mayor and members of the council, what I believe the 2-member approach to put something on the 90-day list, I do not see as happening during old and new business. I would see that happening in a different part of the meeting. Old and new business typically requires a supermajority vote. So part of the problem, I believe, is, candidly, we haven't finalized new rules of procedure for a 7-member body, but the standing rules typically would require a supermajority vote in old and new business.
So I appreciate that. Thank you for the feedback from the city attorney. The strategic planning meeting is in just a few weeks. I think we should move with the approach that includes the item that you mentioned, and we'll have deeper discussion on every item, but I think that we as a body discussed an approach.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just to confirm, I believe the current rules are that 2 people can add, and so if this is not an old new business, in which agenda item should it be in, Ms. Walters? Because we voted during the retreat that 2 people could add to the 90.
Can I know that? Can you all get back to us? Just because it is 11:15, we have a meeting on March 4th. We have the strategic planning meeting mid-March. Can you, Cindy Walters, if you need more time, can you just please get back to us and note that for the time being, the full body has already voted to have this come back on the strategic planning retreat with this element and other elements that the body has been raising for a couple months now as part of an important holistic housing discussion.
And just to clarify, I was just gonna say, just to clarify, this body is still under the rules from the previous mayor and council. And we have, while we talked about terms and issues, anything that we talked about at the last retreat is not something that we've actually implemented yet, that we are still under the rules of the prior mayor and council. Is that correct? Ms. Walters, is that correct?
I would agree with you. The only issue that I would have, Councilmember Van Grack, is that you're now a 7-member body, and I believe that the current rules say a supermajority or an affirmative vote of 4 out of 5. So that wouldn't really apply to you. I mean, I guess we could say supermajority, but
we need to get the operating guidelines revisited quickly so we can move forward. But for the purposes of this evening, and perhaps can also come back to us with additional interpretation. We have a meeting on March 4th, a strategic planning meeting mid-March. I'm going to recommend that we ask the city attorney's office to get us in more information. And again, this item will be included as part of the overarching housing discussion that we talked about, specifically focused on affordability and attainability.
And stability.
And stability. Thank you. Okay. Any other items under old new business? I have 2. One is relating to Lincoln High School. The county executive has put forth some potential funding, as well as Delegate Vogel has put forward an LBI, Legislative Bond Initiative. And I wanted to see if we could draft a legislative, a letter of support to support the LBI that was submitted by Delegate Vogel in support of restoration of Lincoln High School. We have language we could leverage. It has previously been approved, and then we can quickly get that to Delegate Vogel. I wanted to see what my colleagues think about this. Dr. Miles.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moran, is it okay if I work with you on that? Okay, thank you. The other item is the... Oh, sure. Yes, sorry. It's late. It's 11. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you.
Is that going to include nominating somebody to work with staff on the letter?
Yes, I will work with Ms. Moran. That's okay. Okay. So the Maryland Women's Business Center has asked for a letter of support. They are submitting, and I sent this today because I just got it today. Senator Cardin and Van Hollen's office has encouraged the application for congressionally directed spending program to support MWBC, Maryland Women's Business Center Shop Local, would be a candidate for this program. The deadline for application is March 8th, so they're trying to get it in soon. But they're asking for a letter in support of their application and the work that MWBC does to support women and underrepresented businesses. So I wanted to see if you would be willing to have me work, or if anyone else wants to work on this letter of support to send out this week. Councilmember Miles.
I moved that our Mayor Ashton work with staff to draft a letter in support of the Maryland's Women's Business Community or Center. As outlined in her remarks.
Thank
and
you.
I second.
Thank you. It's been, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you. Any other items for old new business? Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a couple of things I mentioned in an email to y'all on Thursday, having to do about like an equity and/or environmental note. I think at this hour we're going to have the GARE session, so perhaps coming after that, figuring out the equity part. I would like to see if there's appetite to have a discussion. It doesn't have to be a date, but to have a discussion to see to what extent we can add, or the process of adding, like an environmental note. And I just picked the environment just because it's top of mind for me personally, to see how we can have a discussion about incorporating some sort of note to see whatever we are voting on, does it meet our environmental goals? And perhaps we can use this as a template for other areas of interest, be it our comprehensive plan or Rockville bike or our Vision Zero. But that's the general crux of what I wanted to bring up to have a discussion with staff at some point in the future on how to add a note like environment. And I'm happy to defer to the liaison to the Environmental Commission, but it's just something that hits home for various reasons.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was looking to City Manager. Did you have a comment on this? Okay. Okay. So Councilmember Fulton, Councilmember Valeri.
I'm very supportive of those types of notes to give us the full context of the range of things that are affected by our decision making. The fiscal nerd in me also thinks fiscal notes are really helpful to know how much resources it's going to cost. In terms of how to proceed, I feel like that's I don't know if it's an environmental commission conversation or if we wanted to look holistically. It's more of our process and procedures for memos, and I'm supportive of having that conversation for sure.
With that, is there room for that at the strategic planning session? That's because that does require digging in and talking more than on a Monday night.
Do we want to maybe, I was going to say, do we want to pilot it with an environmental, and I think we could call it a green note too.
I like the green note.
The green note, and we could kind of see how that works for agenda building, and then if it's rocking and rolling, then we can have a broader conversation on maybe other notes.
The county does have a series of notes as an example. I wonder if staff, as part of our strategic planning retreat, when we talk about processes and how we bring things forward, if you could share some examples with us so that we are operating from seeing, what is being used elsewhere. Councilmember Frank Reich, did you have your hand up first, and then Councilmember Shaw?
I was just going to say what Councilmember Miles said was, I fully agree. I like this initiative, especially, as a liaison to the Environmental Commission. I love the idea, but to encompass it for a lot of different issues, whether we're talking about equity, whether we're talking about financial issues, whether we're talking about drain on our finances, this is something that I think would be helpful, I think, to not only our residents, but also to us as the governing body and to staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw, I saw your hand.
Yeah, just to share just a bit more detail with the county. So it's the environmental impact, and it's done by the Office of Legislative Oversight, just to be able to reference that, and they're listed there. I also wanted to, I know Councilmember Miles has been working on this since last year or so I just wanted to make a motion to see if he could be a liaison to staff to work on this concept and bring it back to us.
Thank you. do you want to take, again, this approach of liaison and working one person, or do you, Councilman Miles, I don't know what you prefer, but also the strategic planning
open to whatever.
retreat
I'm cool.
is an option?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As long as it gets done. So whatever process, doesn't matter to me. I'm happy
Okay.
to head it up. Our colleague, Councilmember Van Grack, is the liaison to Environmental Commission, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, the environment does work, but it could be anything. In terms
Okay.
of, it's just developing a process
Yeah.
to track something, because it's hard to change stuff if you don't
I
measure
agree. I agree. I appreciate
So
that.
I'm
I
open
know
to
we've been
whatever.
trying to get environment, MFDV stuff. There's a lot. So, Councilman Fulton.
I just wanted to offer, like, we're now talking my jam when it comes to process and getting things down. So I'd love to offer, if we need a liaison or two, I want to be a part of that project if I could.
Okay. Staff, just want to get your understanding. Can we add this as part of our strategic planning retreat? I know
We
that
can-
several people have said.
We can bring to you some research on what others do for discussion at the retreat.
Okay.
We already have the fiscal impact statement, but we'll look at the environment next and focus on that one, because that's the one you've indicated you'd like to go to next.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilman Burchell.
Since we're speaking about impact statements, also just wanted to raise the equity decision-making tool is, in fact, an impact statement. This was something that I had proposed, and the majority had supported that. And so I look forward to working on that as well.
So all of us are interested in this topic. Thank you for raising it. We'll talk more at the strategic planning retreat. Come in comfortable clothes. We'll share it really soon. Sorry. All right. Any other items before old new business? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
We have discussion already.
Yes.
I second either the discussion or the motion.
I will take that as seconding the motion to adjourn. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right, thank you.
Aye, aye.